guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A man is in custody after allegedly ramming his car into a security gate at an FBI office in Georgia. Video showing the car's front end smashed as it sits just inside the gate in a North Atlanta suburb. Officials say there are no injuries and the suspect has not been identified. After a 5-year-long investigation, 41 people connected to the Jalisco New Generation cartel have been charged for trafficking large amounts of cocaine, heroin, meth, and fentanyl into the United States, as well as for money laundering. U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Texas, Alamdar Hamnani, announces a sprawling 50-count indictment from Houston.
Those charged are alleged to have sourced the drugs from Mexico, smuggled the drugs from Mexico across the border into the Southern District of Texas, into Houston, and into places like Atlanta, Pensacola, New Orleans, Nashville, in Chicago.
Members of the American intelligence community are suffering from Havana syndrome, a disease that often causes nausea, dizziness, and other symptoms following loud noises. Some of the victims of the disease are claiming it was caused by Russian intelligence. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller discusses these claims while at the State Department briefing.
It has been the broad conclusion of the intelligence community since March 2023 that it's unlikely a foreign adversary is responsible for these anomalous health incidents. It's something that the intelligence community has investigated extensively and continues to look at.
NFL star Vontae Davis has died. Police saying the 35-year-old was found dead in a South Florida home Monday morning. Foul play is not suspected. Davis played for the Miami Dolphins, Indianapolis Colts, and Buffalo Bills. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Hamas is fighting to retake hospitals in Gaza. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre speaking about the situation in the Middle East.
Hamas should not be operating out of hospitals. We have said that. We've said that over and over again. And putting civilians at risk. That's what we're seeing. And we are concerned by how Hamas appears. They appear to have been able to reconstitute in a hospital so quickly.
American and Israeli delegates spoke Monday about Israel's planned invasion of Rafah, Gaza's southernmost city. The United States has tried to dissuade Israel from invading Rafah, where over 1 million civilians could be sheltering. Georgia Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene filed a motion to oust House Speaker Mike Johnson from the chamber's top job. And several House Republicans say it possible he could be removed after the House passed a government funding deal with mostly Democratic votes and without adequate time to review it. Tennessee Republican Congressman Tim Burchett shares why Greene's motive, he believes, was completely unnecessary.
I think all we'd be doing was handing the gavel to Hakeem Jeffries if we took down Speaker Johnson. I think he's done his job accordingly to his numbers. Again, I don't agree on the funding for Ukraine, but I don't think that's something to throw him out of office on.
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, what do you say? Check 1, 2. Here we go. It is that time. Lights, cameras, action. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, for many out there, it'll be first day back on the road after the Easter weekend. So for those maybe joining us for the first time this week, good to have you joining us. Anybody get you on April Fool's Day? There were some pretty good ones out there. I think there were some on the left. They were going crazy. They were in celebration mode. Something about Donald Trump had posted he was suspending his campaign. No. April Fools. We're closing out April Fool's Day. We will make our way into the second day of April for 2024. All right, first things first, as forecasters have been telling us for several days, a potential multi-day severe weather outbreak indeed is underway. And it looks like later in the day today, Tuesday, may be a very, very active day. I was looking at the maps depicting potential for severe weather, and the Weather Channel uses what they call the Torcon level, the Torcon index from 1 to 10. With each increasing number, the likelihood of a tornado occurring within 10 miles of any area in the zone. There's a good chunk of Ohio, from Cincinnati to Columbus, not quite up into the Cleveland area, but we'll just say the entire heart of Ohio is at a Torcon level of 7. I just shared that link on my Facebook page. I don't recall in my lifetime ever seeing a Torcon level of that magnitude. Now, possibility of tornadic activity. There's a highlighted zone stretching all the way from Tupelo, Mississippi, to indeed like Cleveland, Ohio. But looks like the Buckeye State is the bullseye zone. So there's going to be actually several rounds as we speak. At this hour, there's one area of stronger storms pushing through the region from western Ohio right through the heart of Indiana, much of Illinois. It's all south of Chicago at this point in time. Strong storms, one particular line right now bearing down on Springfield, Missouri, in and around Springfield, Missouri, with tornado warnings active in that particular zone. Let me refresh, because there were several counties included in that warning in southwest Missouri: Webster County, Dallas County, Polk County, Greene County. Tornado warnings, and that's an area that's seen several counties, and warnings for tornadic rotation continue to press eastward with that particular cell. After a very active, dangerous Monday night over parts of the central states, this is all going to continue through the day, Tuesday, and even into Wednesday. Now, there were at least 3 reports of tornadoes in Oklahoma alone this past evening. They tell us hail the size of grapefruits fell on Wise County in central Texas, grapefruit size. Incidents of hail extended from central Texas to southern Ohio. Wind reports near 90 miles per hour, reporting some of the strongest storms there in Texas. So the risk of lives and property continues Tuesday and Tuesday night. Powerful thunderstorms again producing large hail and strong tornadoes from the southern plains to the middle Mississippi Valley. Now, the threat of tornadoes is going to extend in somewhat heavily populated areas for later in the day today. The severe weather threat Tuesday into Tuesday night extends all the way from northern portions of Indiana and Ohio, western Pennsylvania, southward all the way down to near the central Gulf Coast, and eastward to the Chesapeake Bay region and part of the Delmarva Peninsula. Storms in this broad zone will pack strong winds, hail, and localized flash flooding. The greatest threat of tornadic activity will extend from central Tennessee to parts of southeast Indiana and central Ohio and on over into western West Virginia. And that includes much of central and eastern Kentucky. Multiple tornadoes could be spawned in this rather heavily populated zone. Any severe thunderstorm outside of that area has the potential to produce a brief tornado. Some of the major cities, Nashville, Cincinnati, Columbus, Ohio, Charleston, West Virginia, among some of the major metro areas at risk for violent storms later in the day today. Forecasters are keeping a close eye on a disturbance in the jet stream that may actually spark a secondary eruption of severe weather further to the east in parts of Georgia and the Carolinas later today. If this develops to its full potential, a second zone where tornadoes develop may actually be possible. Looking ahead toward midweek Wednesday, looks like the primary threat for severe storms will be strong wind gusts, not as much rotation in the atmosphere, and that'll be centered on a large portion of the mid-Atlantic coastal areas. Strongest storms Wednesday from, say, southern New Jersey, Delaware, northeast Maryland, southward through much of central and eastern Virginia, central and eastern North Carolina, and parts of eastern South Carolina. So from Baltimore to Washington, D.C., to Cape May, New Jersey, Wilmington, Delaware, and Wilmington, North Carolina. Could see storms producing straight-line winds of 65 miles per hour on Wednesday. So outside the severe weather zone from the middle to latter portions of this week, winds from a powerful storm will be affecting a large part of the Northeast. That's something we'll delve into coming up in a bit here. This same system bringing severe weather to the heart of the country, ultimately expected to become a powerful nor'easter in the Northeast, bringing literally feet of snow before all is said and done to some areas in the Northeast. Weather update. Traveler's Weather, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions, here on this Tuesday morning. All right, so very interesting as I'll keep an eye on if they continue to update some of the tornado warnings there in southwestern Missouri or other areas as well. It's been mostly severe thunderstorm warnings, primarily straight-line winds, although there have been, maybe a dozen or so tornado warnings. It's not a full-fledged tornadic outbreak at this point in time. But we are into that time of year. Just over the weekend, we remembered, it's not almost said celebrated, we remembered the horrific tornado outbreak that, I think that was it Little Rock or West Memphis? I can't remember exactly where it was. This is the time of year, the change in the seasons, where we expect to see this kind of weather. Meanwhile, how's your week starting out here? Who we got on board, jumping out of the box? Philly Dan, hopefully a quiet night for your area. Happy Taco Tuesday. Pap is on board, so is Mary Ann Shorty. I-95 southbound getting his week started. Brunswick, Georgia, 65 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Hello, Joe South Morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive listeners. 53 here, a little light rain in Winchester, Virginia at the midnight hour. Everybody have a good night. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Well, it didn't take long. I got suspended for a month from racing. Hey, I was a good boy for 3 years. Oh, well, these kind of things happen. You must have pulled a doozy there. A month suspension? I mean, and this is the virtual racing thing, but it's kind of like the real deal. Lauren Weeks, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 40 degrees, little drizzle here in Valley, Nebraska. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck and brand new Merit trailer loaded up, headed south to the land of Oz. The hot blonde wife is reporting that Carthage, Missouri has some storm damage from the multiple storms rolling through the Show Me State. She's okay, but sitting in the dark at this point in time. Sounds like an epic night is in store for Southwest Missouri. Hey, a special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Big Red Country. Yes, indeed. Active night in Missouri and many other areas. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Hello, Pappy. Somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the Hotshot Secret Bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shift eliminator power mic is on. Stay below that lane because the overnight drive's about to be hammered down. Here we go. It's 844-844-3388 to be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial Steve up. 62 degrees on the far side of southwestern Hamilton County. Storms on the way, they tell us. So batten down the hatches. Snuggle up to whatever and hunker down. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Yeah, I know Big Ed is out there as well. I'm not sure if he's chimed in on board, but I did see a post from him within the past hour. He's somewhere in Oklahoma, kind of watching the rotation in the storms. I believe he said he's behind the storms at this point in time, wherever he's at there. So safe travels, Big Ed. Hello to James. Did you hear the leftist judge in El Paso just ruled that all those illegals who rushed the border last week are going to be allowed to stay? And I saw the video, some of that. I mean, yeah, violence on the border, charging the Border Patrol agents. I mean, is that not a crime? Ah, well, forgive and forget. Come one, come all, right? That's the mentality. Hello from Kevin this morning. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. It's going to be one of those weather-aware days, especially around Ohio later today. Yes, indeed. Copy the mail from 5-7. Who else on board? The Arizona window truck back in Santa Fe. Everybody have a great night tonight. Hello to Troy. Morning, Steve. Hope everybody stays safe in this bad weather outbreak. It's all quiet here in Floral City, Florida tonight. Gilligan on board. Hello, Steve. Fellow listeners, been raining off and on since I left Winchester earlier. Right now, it's Troutville, Virginia. No rain here for now, but it's a warm 52 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up, indeed. So we're underway. We're rolling into a Tuesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Lauren Weiss, yes, indeed. Southwest Missouri, active night. They do indeed continue upgrading the tornado warning in southwest Missouri. Central Laclede County, is that the way you pronounce that? Laclede County. A tornado and $half size hail reports coming in. If you're rolling along Interstate 44, this warning covers Interstate 44 right about the 119 mile marker, and technically between the 121 and the 144 mile markers on I-44. And that was an update from just a couple of minutes ago. The previous was also for the same county, including I-44 from, the 121 and 144 mile markers. Elsewhere around the country, what do we have? It's 844-844-3388. Hello to Dingbat. Morning. Checking in on a windy yet 73 degrees here at West Memphis, Arkansas tonight. Wow. That's more like summer-like temperatures, right? I'll try to check in tonight with the latest about FedEx Express, the whole pilots thing there. It's looking good, apparently. Hope everybody's having a great night. Out to Lost Wages, a.k.a. Las Vegas. Top of the morning, Steve, 64 degrees on Fremont Street in Las Vegas. We're ready to jump in an Uber and head back to the Strip. Santa Claus, hope you're having a good time. There's Big Ed. He said, I'm listening. Are you with me? Okay, good to have you. Big Ed in the house. Brain dead. What do we got? Morning, Steve. Happy Friday to me. 72, a little breezy. Memphis International Airport. Ready to get tonight over so we can try to get a little rest and relaxation. I have a response to the yellow freight story from last night. I'll check in after the Cards best the Padres. Oh, and before I forget, happy birthday to the blind man. All right, indeed. Pappy seconds that motion. Happy birthday, blind man. If you're listening in at this hour, it's probably snoozing right now. What do we have? Gas prices going up. Yes, that's the word from GasBuddy.com. Gas prices for motorists in the U.S. could jump another 15 cents a gallon with global fuel supplies tighter after Ukraine's recent attack on Russian refineries. Patrick DeHaan is the petroleum analyst at GasBuddy.com. Rising gas prices could hinder the government's fight against inflation. Higher pump prices already contributed to a solid jump in consumer and producer prices in February. Motor fuel prices tend to rise seasonally this time of year as vacation season begins, hitting the road, then we switch to more expensive summer-grade gasoline. This year, Russian refinery outages could boost U.S. pump prices by an additional 5 to 15 cents. GasBuddy's previous April forecast, somewhere between $3.36 and $3.67 per gallon. Any additional supply shocks, like unplanned outages at major U.S. refiners, could push domestic gas prices above $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022. That's not good in an election year, is it? Well, not for the sitting president, I would think. According to Reuters calculations, about 14% of Russia's refining capacity has been shut down by drone attacks, and the country has banned gasoline exports for 6 months, while increasing imports from neighboring Belarus to address possible fuel shortages. Russian exports of clean products like gasoline and diesel are due to drop 30%, to say 1.2 million barrels per day in the month of April here. Now, our total U.S. gas stockpile is at 232.1 million barrels as of March 22nd, about 1% lower than the past 5-year average for this time of year. So, yeah, that's not too out of whack. But gas prices averaged $3.53 a gallon at the pumps across the U.S. as of this past day, up 6% from a month ago and up about 1% from the same time last year, according to AAA. Meanwhile, it's the 6-State Trooper Project. This is officially National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. April 1, this past day, it all started. And word comes down the Ohio State Highway Patrol has joined forces with other members of the 6-State Trooper Project to enforce distracted driving laws here in the first week of April. Starting this past day, continuing through Monday, April the 8th. According to the news release, this campaign will include Indiana State Police, Kentucky State Police, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia State Police. They'll be focusing primarily on violations of driving while texting, use of devices under 18, distracted driving enhancement. In October of last year, new distracted driving laws became enforceable in the state of Ohio. In the final 3 months of the year, troopers with the State Highway Patrol issued 3,575 citations for distracted driving violations. It's like a 120% increase from 2022. And what they're referring to is, I recall in October it became used to be a secondary offense. If they saw you holding your cell phone while you're driving, things of that nature, they had to pull you over for something else. Now, if they see you holding that smartphone That's a primary. And they're enforcing it, obviously. All right, get to the calls coming up here. See what's going on with Mr. Horsefeathers as he awaits the big nor'easter. It'll be a rain event primarily for his area, but feet of snow, they tell us, will be piling up in northern New England. Yeah, snowfall rates will be 2 inches an hour at times. And that's more than enough to compensate for warm road temperatures. Yeah, so a considerable amount of slush and snow is going to be building up. Yeah, this storm has the potential to produce snowfall exceeding what you saw from that storm a little over a week ago, where 1 to 2 feet of snow fell from Vermont to northern Maine. Yeah, this could be 2 to maybe approaching 3 feet of snow for parts of the Northeast. A good old-fashioned nor'easter, as they call it. All right, we'll get to other industry headlines coming up as well. And like I said, try to keep a close eye on what's going on with the weather out there on a very active night as far as tornadoes are concerned, and a lot of straight-line winds. For those also who weren't with us for our Monday morning program, Friday, Good Friday no less, word comes down from the Environmental Protection Agency, the new emission requirements for the heavy-duty vehicles out there, the big trucks. More on that coming up.
USA News Update. When Congress returns from Easter recess next week, lawmakers may consider voting on further aid for Ukraine. House Speaker Mike Johnson mentioned during an interview on Fox News that the proposed supplemental aid includes funding not only for Ukraine, but also for Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. The White House defending President Biden's decision to recognize Transgender Day of Visibility on Easter Sunday.
So surprised by the misinformation that's been out there around this, and I want to be very clear. Every year for the past several years, on March 31st, Transgender Day of Visibility is marked.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre emphasized the president's commitment to unity and the rights of all Americans. And according to the IRS, millions of Americans will have the opportunity to file their taxes for free this year using the agency's new online filing program. John Schaefer, USA News.
Every day, our brave military men and women, along with their families, make tremendous sacrifices for our freedom. Patriotic Hearts, a nonprofit organization, is dedicated to supporting these heroes and their families in their times of need. By donating your unwanted card to Patriotic Hearts, you'll be supporting job transition and job fair programs, veteran entrepreneurship, counseling, and retreats for combat veterans and their spouses. Call 800-804-7211. You'll receive a tax deduction, and we'll arrange a free pickup at your convenience. Imagine the difference you can make in the lives of those who have given so much for our country. Your card donation will directly impact military families, veterans, providing them with the support they desperately need. Call 800-804-7211. You can become a part of something bigger. Join us in our mission to uplift and honor our military community. Call 800-804-7211 to donate your unwanted card to Patriotic Hearts.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, underway here on a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. 844-844-3388. The number to dial us up. You can give us some live reports out there, maybe take some updates, what's going out on the road, because there's a lot going on with Mother Nature. Definitely going to be slowing down your travel. What's happening, Horse Feathers?
In the morning, Your Honor. Yeah, I don't know, kind of the same old, I guess. Kind of quiet up here. I picked up a little chance card today, and it said, take a ride on the Reading Railroad. So I'm up here in Reading, Pennsylvania, looking for the railroad. You got any idea where the train station is, Your Honor?
I'm not familiar.
Nah, all right. Now I have to keep wandering around in the dark here. But, so anyways, did you happen to see I put up a picture of a guy there from a little while back there on the fan page?
Yes, I saw that.
Traction there.
Yeah.
Who is that guy?
Somebody
cow.
had brown hair, long brown hair, looked like a shaggy dog, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I tell you what, how times have changed, huh? But anyways, yeah, I don't know. I was looking for something in my pictures, and somehow that one came up, and I don't know. I was waiting to see if I was going to get any hate mail about that, because I only put half the picture up, because you know where the picture was from and everything.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah,
what's the name of that? Exit 41, I think it is, off I-75.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I should go back and find the whole picture and put the whole picture up or something. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Well, for me, if you would have to subtract 26 years. 26 years ago, that picture was from. So.
Yeah, I think it was signed 1998.
Okay. Yep.
Ain't that crazy?
Wow.
But anyways, so I guess the latest news in Baltimore they're actually moving sections of steel already. They're cutting up steel and moving it, and apparently right now they're working on making a temporary channel to get under the bridge on the north side of the collapse. And at this point, it's going to be for just the emergency use there, so the barges can get around to work both sides and get the cranes over in place on the other side a little bit. I think they're going to try to get something over there more. But anyways, they said it was like 11 feet of draft that they're getting being able to go through. So it's going to be, just the light tugs and barges and right now. But by the sounds of it, even if they don't get the regular channel opened up, they're going to try to do something temporarily to at least get some of the smaller, ships in and out of the port that they need to get in and out.
Okay.
So the smaller, shorter ones that do like the liquid, the tank type ships that would bring in the fertilizer for the farmers, and the smaller areas where the smaller businesses all around the port, because there's more than just the shipping port that does the containers and the places where they offload the cars. There's a lot of little individual mom and pop, one business type family operation, owner operator type thing and they all make their living down there on the water. It's kind of like the fishing community, where everybody has their own little dock, and that's kind of the way it is around the port. There's the big stuff. You got the Domino Sugar, but then there's lots of little stuff in between there and getting back towards downtown where the inner harbor is, and then back around over to where the big Seagirt and the other big port part is. But anyway, so they're trying to do something to help them, and they did come out with a loan program, I guess, low interest loan, for emergency situation. So some of these businesses will be able to apply for loans. I guess it's kind of like the COVID type deal there, that, borrow money cheap and, try to keep your business alive and then pay it back afterwards at, I guess whatever rate you can. But anyways, so I guess the only other thing I saw in the news there was a lady they interviewed out in California that I think she worked for Jack in the Box. I think she said she'd been there for, I don't know, somewhere in the neighborhood of at least 10 or 15 years, and has had a hard time sustaining being a single mother raising her family on her income from Jack in the Box, and is so glad that she's going to be now making $20 an hour.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen when she takes her family to McDonald's to try to get Happy Meals to feed her kids, when Happy Meals are $15 a piece, and she doesn't come home with $15 an hour? She'll have to work 4 hours to feed her kids, and that's only one Happy Meal. What about the other, 2 meals of the day? But I don't know. We've said it quite a few times on the show here, is that the fast food industry was not set up to be a career-oriented position, unless possibly you did get into management.
Correct.
And even then, management isn't that great a position that you look on to be a manager. You'd use it for a stepping stone to be a manager at somewhere else. I don't know, maybe Dollar General could use a couple of good managers. Yeah, they could use a lot of good something. Anyways, shouldn't pick on them that hard. They try to keep their store open at least half the time have on their signs, but at least the one in our neighborhood. But anyways, I don't know. That's a whole nother story in itself. But yeah, so she was crying the blues, and I guess tears of joy that she was going to be making $20 an hour now, but nobody really mentioned that bread situation that you talked about there, where if the store makes their own bread.
Panera's exempt.
Yeah, so you realize Subway doesn't qualify for that, right? The sub shop, because they don't make their bread in the store. Their dough comes in already made. All they do is throw it in the oven and cook it. So they don't qualify for that exemption. But I'm thinking all these fast food places, they just got to come up with one loaf of bread, Your Honor. They got to figure out how to make one loaf of bread, one type of bread, and just bake these loaves of bread all day long, and then they can all qualify like Panera bread. Boy, wouldn't that just put a burr under somebody's saddle out there in California? If McDonald's came up with their own little bread and Burger King came up with their own little bread, wouldn't that just put a burr under somebody's saddle?
I think that was
there?
the fine print was if you sell bread as a standalone. I see Subway, You're not just buying the bread. You're making a sandwich
Yeah.
out of it. It's everybody. So yeah.
Yep,
So
yep.
if you could find some way to make some standalone bread loaves,
But you could make like a cinnamon bread for the breakfast time. Yeah, that'd be buy a small loaf of cinnamon bread for your with your breakfast. And so I don't know. I was just thinking, out of the box here. Try to help them people out a little bit. But or garlic bread. You can make a loaf of something to make it some sort of garlic bread to have with your dinner. But anyway, I don't know. That's about all we got. The weather doesn't look too bad here for so far in the evening, but I think by morning it's supposed to be pushing in here a little bit. And I guess the best wishes we can give is everybody out there in the Midwest from, what is it? Has it moved on east of Oklahoma now? Because the 6 o'clock news was showing something about Oklahoma was supposed to have a bunch. Al Roker was on there bouncing around his weather screen. But anyway, so we'd like to dedicate a song to all the people out there, especially the ones that live in the trailer parks out in those areas. If we could dedicate Toby Keith's Trailer Hood song, just to throw it out there so that you'd have some listening enjoyment while you're waiting for the impending storms to come along, and might be able to keep you awake there just singing along there with Toby Keith a little bit. But that Trailer Hood song there.
Be better than singing along with horse feathers, right? Yeah, everything, Oklahoma, it's now kind of pushing Missouri's, under the gun. We now move from southwest Missouri, that same cluster that's been prompting tornado warnings, county after county, continues now into south central Missouri. I haven't seen any confirmation of this thing being on the ground, but when you see county after county, the rotation is definitively showing up on the radar. You now have Texas County, northwestern Texas County, Pulaski County, Phelps County. Those are all now in south central portions of Missouri, and even kind of east central Missouri. Interstate 44, heads up, this tornado warning includes I-44 between the 141 and 169 mile markers, as well as the between 171 and 186 mile markers. These storms packing a punch in Missouri at this hour. Now, let me get over to our friend the Grump. It was good to see Grump there in Louisville. And, of course, Good Friday, while nobody was paying attention, the EPA put out their final ruling in regards to the emission standards for heavy-duty trucks. Right on the heels, it was just, I think, the day before we started the show there in Louisville, the Mid-America Truck Show, that the EPA had issued their the new emission standards for automobiles. So we knew this was going to be coming down. Now, Grump likes to say, it's just my opinion. But his response this past day. A couple of days ago, the EPA issued its final ruling concerning the new standards that focused harshly on commercial vehicles. This ruling was actually buried deep in the text of the 755 pages of the Inflation Reduction Act that was first announced August 5 of 2021 under the heading Clean Trucks Plan. This behemoth of regulatory madness set its sights on freeing the 72 million people in the United States that live close proximity to primary truck routes from the medical ailments that claim is being caused by commercial vehicles. What was the motivation for such onerous and burdensome regulatory actions? Well, according to our Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, not only does heavy-duty vehicles contributing to climate change and exacerbate serious health issues, but those being harmed the most more likely are people of color or come from low-income households. So apparently, not only are low bridges in New York City racist, but added to the growing list of all things racist is carbon emissions from commercial vehicles. Now, ordinarily, this would be another laughable sidebar of stupidity from the loons on the left, but this unchecked crazy has been signed into law. The greenhouse gas emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles, Phase 3, is a response to comments from all those that tried tirelessly to either explain why these standards are unattainable or to offer full support for those onerous regulations. It's also 2,114 pages long. Over 172,000 written comments were forwarded to the EPA. Of those, 170,500 were submitted in the form of 29 mass comments, either in the form of petitions or mass group letters urging more stringent standards being placed on commercial vehicles. Of the 172,000 comments submitted, less than 300 came from those from the opposition and unattainable side. They tried to explain that since 1990, annual concentrations of nitrogen dioxide have fallen by 61%, with 85% of nitrogen dioxide concentrations below the national ambient air quality standards in 2021. These standards are matched by no other country. In addition to these standards already achieved by this industry, the EPA stated that the need for regulatory action is supported by the Inflation Reduction Act. That was a bipartisan achievement. Well, that statement was actually one of the lies told to justify these ridiculous regulatory acts to destroy the small business owner-operators. The 4 Republicans that did not vote are what they included as the bipartisan achievement. Now, what is the final goal of this craziness and unattainable demands from the climate Nazis that have waged this war on the trucking industry? Well, in the EPA Administrator Michael Reagan's words, it is to increase the electric trucks on the road from 13% to 48%. They do offer some incentives that does very little to help the 1 to 5 owner truck companies, adding more evidence that they are trying to overregulate the industry and push the small guy out. They also know that those that choose to buy new equipment in order to become compliant will need to pay up to 30% more for that equipment. Now, all the pass-through cost will again be absorbed by we the people. In the following days, I'll give a cost breakdown of just how much of a cost impact this is going to have on the industry, the owner-operator, and the country as a whole. Again, thank you, Grump. Just his opinion, as he says.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Patsy. Patsy says it's funny. We're in Hawaii. It's only 6:40 p.m. and you're on already. Yes, indeed. That's about the time change. Hope you're having a good time there in Hawaii. Hello, Zorro. Says hello to all. Everybody be safe. There's Miss Millie. Happy birthday to the blind man. Praying you have many more happy, healthy ones. Matt says, Steve, I really appreciate the interviews at the Mid-America Truck Show. Thank you very much. And Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning to the Overnight Drive Nation. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Steve. Hell, I was with you last night. Then you decided you wanted to torture me. I was on hold.
You were?
When heat wave got on there, and once again in 7 days' time managed to rape my ears. Oh man, he sounds miserable. Yeah, that you know how it is when you listen to somebody like that. Next thing you know, you go to clearing your throat. Yeah, I was on hold last night.
I didn't see you up there on the screen.
Yeah, let's see. I think I was on when. No, darn it, Bo, I'm getting Alzheimer's, Steve. Eagle, when he was on, and a couple others. I will tell you this. You are about one cheap grandpa, you know what?
Now, what do you mean by that?
You're supposed to have a big prize egg for everybody to hunt.
Yeah.
We do at my family. You know how much was in that sucker?
How much?
$350.
Do what?
Serious heart attack, brother. We do a prize egg. We put some money in that thing.
Well, I mean,
everybody pitches in.
Now we got 3 grandkids, so we had 3 golden eggs, and I put $10 a piece in them. So what the hell?
Oh well, boy, they last the big time spenders there, Grandpa. Didn't you have any other family over there?
Well,
you could have hit an egg for them.
No, it was just the egg hunts for the grandkids, not.
No, you know, back when Kay was alive, her and I used to do that. We would, we'd usually about $500, but we'd spread it out, you know.
Yeah, wow.
And several eggs, and any kid that was over 13, you know, they had to be 13 years or older.
Under.
Could hunt the prize egg. And so, you know, the adults could go hunt. And now my family this weekend, we just did one egg, and everybody pitched in. And the individual that hides it, they hide it real hard. And then usually it takes a good 30, 45 minutes to find that dude. But my little old 15-year-old nephew, he found it, and boy, he was happy.
I bet.
Had him yes, sir, $350, man. We had a great time.
I've been participating in the wrong Easter egg hunts all these years.
Yeah, you come to my family Easter put on, and boy, you're gonna get to go hunt for a prize egg. That's what you call a prize egg.
No doubt.
So, but we had a great time. You know, at least I did. I went to that, and then my lady friend went over to her house. And so, you know, that's a reason to celebrate the fact that Jesus Christ rose so we all could be saved. But I got to tell you, I heard Jay on there last night. I guess I'm calling his name right.
Yeah.
Of all the people that talked about this cargo ship hitting that bridge, he is the only one, and I'm not putting nobody else down, all right? But he is the only one that thought it out and come up with some common sense reasons as to why that happened. I mean, to me, he was spot on as to why that happened. And so my hat's off to Jay.
Well, Jay has not. He's not piloted the big ships, but Jay spends a lot of time on the water. I mean, he's done trips up and down the East Coast from the Carolinas all the way down to Florida. The sailboat thing. So I think he knows a little bit about how maritime operations. And yes, he did make a very, very poignant point as far as why that ship appeared to be making that hard right turn. But hey, we got to pause there, though. News break time, top of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden is set to visit Baltimore this week as recovery efforts after last week's deadly bridge collapse continue. The president has pledged full federal support following last week's early morning disaster when a cargo ship struck a support pillar on the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore saying the destroyed bridge is blocking an important link for the national economy.
Maryland needs no favors. We need to make sure that we're actually moving quickly to get the American economy going again because the Port of Baltimore is instrumental in our larger economic growth.
That audio courtesy of CNN. Millions of Americans are facing the threat of severe weather as storms are forecast today from the southern plains into the mid-Mississippi and lower Ohio valleys. Hail, wind damage, and tornadoes are possible with storms moving into the mid-Atlantic and Gulf Coast on Tuesday. The greatest threat for tornadoes is in Oklahoma Monday night. The National Archives recently responded to a request by the House Oversight Committee delivering thousands of emails supposedly related to Joe Biden's tenure as vice president under the Obama administration. This comes as Republicans are working to figure out if the president was involved in his son Hunter Biden's foreign business career. Tennessee Republican Congressman and House Oversight Committee member Tim Burchett tells Fox Business about what he hopes to uncover from these emails.
And I've yet to see anything that proves that Hunter or any of this other bunch has paid taxes on it. And I think that, to me, is pretty telling, too.
For the first time, bird flu is showing up in dairy cattle. Both the CDC and U.S. Department of Agriculture saying they've confirmed it in cows from dairy farms in Texas and Kansas. The cattle finding comes just days after goats on a Minnesota farm were diagnosed with bird flu. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
About a month after being shot in the mouth in front of his church, a Tennessee pastor made his pulpit comeback on Easter Sunday. Reverend Clemmy Livingston Jr. speaking to his congregation at the Memphis New Zion Field Baptist Church about how the experience impacted his faith.
A few weeks ago, my faith was tested. Faith that cannot be tested cannot be trusted.
The Israeli government was temporarily out of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hands over the weekend as he underwent a hernia operation.
The hernia reportedly uncovered Saturday during a routine checkup. Netanyahu's office saying Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Justice Yariv Levin temporarily took over Netanyahu's duties during the procedure.
It's down to the Final Four in the men's NCAA tournament. USA's Laura Winters on Saturday's upcoming matchups.
And after 2 big weekends of exciting NCAA action, the Final Four set. UConn will play Alabama, and Purdue will take on NC State in the national semifinals on Saturday.
On Monday, President Biden welcomed 40,000 visitors to participate in the 144th annual White House Easter egg roll. This year's theme is Eggucation, in which the South Lawn and Eclipse have been transformed into a school community full of education activities for children. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, cue the microphone. Welcome back. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start. Right on the heels of the big Easter weekend. It was Big John chimed in. He said, Big Ed just brought back some great memories from when my grandparents were still alive. They used to hide silver dollars in the Easter eggs. You guys all be safe out there. Have a great week. From Big John. From Big John back to Big Ed.
Thanks, Big. Yeah, John, thanks for sharing that. And that's what we try to do, is create memories for, back when I was growing up, nobody did that, They might put 75 cents in an egg.
Mhm.
It was cheap. But Kay and I started it with our kids, and now they keep doing it. And then when Kay and I started doing it, then we got with my family, and then we started doing it with them, and it just gets bigger and bigger.
Wow.
Sometimes we'll spread it out, but 4 or 5 eggs, but they're usually, it's just like my young nephew that found that egg. He'll remember that,
Oh, yeah.
$50.
Hell
Boy,
yeah.
he was just happy as a lark. So, and I was happy for him. And so it was great memories. And get back to Jay. I think I talked to you, the Friday morning after the show.
Mm-hmm.
You used to have a guy that called in to run barges up and down the Mississippi.
He was a barge pilot. I can't remember what his name was, but yeah, I do remember him.
No, that's what I was trying to do, figure out what his name was, because I remember he used to call in and had some real good information. But Jay is the only one that I think used common sense as to what took place, because, I've watched all that video. The only thing that I don't understand is why it didn't put a hole in the hull. If it hit that, I'm assuming that it hit the tower where the bridge is tied to it.
Right, right.
About?
Yeah.
So I'm taking it didn't put a hole in the hull, so therefore it didn't strike it that hard. Am I correct in that assumption?
I mean, the weight of the ship at whatever it was, 7 or 8 miles per hour. I mean, it was just, I guess the kinetic force was just incredible.
Right, and then which tells you that those support structures did not have really the proper, I guess you'd call it a buffer around them.
Correct, barriers, buffers.
Just for that reason. So, what do they call that? Live and learn.
Yeah.
And so you would hope that they would go throughout all the bridges like that in the United States and reinforce those main beams that support those bridges in case they do get hit. It'll go back to several years back when that barge hit that I-40 bridge over in eastern Oklahoma and knocked that down.
Well, Philip
I thought they would have learned then.
Philip from Florida did chime in last week, talking about, he kind of brought back the memory of 40 years ago, the Skyway Bridge there in Florida that had a similar incident. Part of it collapsed, but after that, they've put in these big, monster like cement barriers that would stop any vessels from being able to hit any of those pillars.
Well, they apparently didn't do that one.
That's what they're kind of saying. They learned the lesson there in Florida. Obviously, that needs to be done, I guess, for many of the other big bridges like that.
It needs to be done everywhere, Steve.
Yeah.
Because I know you read it on the air the other night. Because when I go across these big bridges like that, I have my window down, my damn seatbelt off. Now, that's what the experts tell you. Carry that hammer. Well, who's got time to find a hammer trying to beat you?
Yeah.
Windows out. You're going to be having other things on your mind. So I'm going to be prepared when I go. And I'm always watching, and I get mighty nervous every time I come out of Illinois on 70 into Missouri, because they're doing a lot of construction on that Mississippi River Bridge, and I see them darn barges down there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already nervous because they're doing construction on those bridges, and they'll shut a lane down and tear the darn thing out on the other side, and you're driving along looking down there in the water thinking, well, how safe is this? Should we even have traffic? Because you've shifted all that traffic or from one side of a bridge and all of it on just, like the westbound side versus the eastbound side. And that can't be good, in my opinion, but I'm not an engineer. And so I get mighty nervous when I go across them, and I got my damn windows down and my seatbelt off. Because all I know is I don't want to be drowning because I'm stuck inside this truck. And that's just the safety precautions I use out here. I've been across that bridge over there. The first person I thought about when I had heard about it was Horse Feathers, because I know he runs up there quite a bit. So thank the good Lord he's all right. And I guess no civilian people, as far as local traffic, went down with that bridge.
Apparently not. I mean, I've not heard anything about it. By now, you'd think that people would have been, family members would have said, we're missing this person or missing that person. They might have crossed the bridge. It sounds like no civilians went in, just the 8 construction workers.
Yeah, and I really, condolences to them and their families, and another thing that I know everybody's kind of up in arms about, the taxpayers having to fund, like President Biden said, that, hey, we're going to cover the cost. Let's get the bridge rebuilt. I don't necessarily have an issue with it, because by the time the litigation's over with, the lawyers and everybody gets through fighting, it's going to take 10 years, like you said last night, to rebuild that darn thing. And they don't need to take 10 years to rebuild it. They need to get it rebuilt and get it rebuilt fast. That's my opinion. So, anyway, what do you think?
I can tell you this, the owner of that ship yesterday has already, I guess, submitted the paperwork to limit their liability. What were the numbers? They wanted the joint filing seeks to cap the company's liability at roughly $43.6 million.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cheap. That's cheap.
Yep.
That is dirty, and but that's just the way they are. Everybody, it's going to be in the cover your own rear end type situation. Yep. But so, are we going to sit around for 10 years arguing about who should pay for the bridge?
Yeah.
Or are we going to, because, we're going to get it rebuilt, because it is going to have a trickle-down effect on that economy out there in the Northeast. Because I pulled a load out of Binghamton last week, and I know that cargo comes through that area. So, hey, we got to do what we got to do to take care of the economy as a whole. It ain't just a Baltimore problem. It ain't just a Northeast problem. It's an American problem, is what it is. And so, whether we like it or not, we all got to pitch in and take care of business. That's the way I see it. Now, there may be a bunch of people disagree with me, like Pappy, but hey, Pappy, go roll you a cigarette and shut up. I love Pappy. Anyway, I'm just pulled in here at Miami, Oklahoma. I'm going to call it a night. And all these storms are feeding right up through Missouri. That one earlier where I said there was some rotation, that's the same storm.
It's
tornadoes up there.
I mean, it's damn near across the entire the entire state now, because they're still popping tornado warnings now for east central Missouri. It's been rolling like I-45 the entire right along. Yeah. I mean I-44 rather, across the whole state.
Yeah, it has, and I've chased it, but I didn't actually have to leave till tomorrow. But I've got to pick up a load up here in Pittsburgh, Kansas. I'm going to Lexington with it, and I'm going to be chasing them suckers tomorrow. And I thought, well, I'll at least get on out here and get up as close to Pittsburgh as I can. And even at night, it's really not that hard if you know what you're looking for. As far as, like earlier, you seen my post where I showed I pulled over, and then you showed these two storms with the hook. It's what they call the hook echo.
Yep.
Because I started getting all these crosswinds. And I mean, the wind was blowing and throwing me all over the road, and I thought, hell, I'm in a funnel type situation. So I pulled over, and sure enough, I pulled up the radar, and that's what was over the top of me. And I sat there and rode that out. Then I followed it on into Tulsa, and that's where I was seeing that rotation. It was already out there in front of me, and them storms are moving fast. So I've been behind them. So now's the time to call it a night. But you can spot that. I've seen 3 trucks over in the ditch. So they got in, and they're pulling trailers, and I'm bobtailing.
Wow.
So they apparently got in some heavy-duty winds. So other than that, I think that's about all my spew I've got, Steve. I was thinking there was something else I was going to talk to you about, but I had so much on my mind. But I'll listen to you, my friend. Enjoy the show, and everybody be safe out there.
I appreciate you chiming in, Big Ed. Be safe out there, and are you with me? Yeah, we're moving on over to now East Central. Now, I'm not even sharing severe thunderstorm warnings, just the tornado warnings, because there's just way too many to keep up with. We're now over to Crawford County, Franklin County, and Cascade County, and East Central Missouri. They're saying this cluster of storms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line damage. Located along a line from about 8 miles north of Doolittle to near Rolla, Missouri now, moving east at 60 miles per hour. As Big Ed just said, these storms are moving on. So I-44, this is now you're over to between exit 203 and the 230-mile marker. I mean, in just the last hour and 20 minutes, we've gone from southwest Missouri now all the way to southeastern Missouri. You got Phelps County and Marys County as well under a tornado warning. I-44 between the 173 and 200-mile marker, batten down the hatches, as they say. We'll get to who we got on board. I'm not seeing a name there. Somebody checking in about the interviews from the Mid-America Truck Show. See if I can click them up here. Who we got on board?
Hey, Steve, it's Matt Rice.
Well, hello, Matt. How the heck are you?
Doing well, brother. I don't know if you remember, not this year or last year, we actually sat down and did a little interview together at Matt's. Was down there this year, wasn't able to be at the booth as much as I would like to, but I've been catching bits and pieces of the interviews in the last coming days.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a couple questions for you. You know, you're always in the booth, in the studio. You got guys calling in. What's it like for you to have those kinds of events like Matt's where you get to be thrown right into the middle of a convention center and have the live show right there?
To be quite honest, I actually stress a lot over it. I mean, for as many years I've been doing this thing, I'm kind of like, when I'm in my studio, it's kind of like the comfort zone. Yeah, being out there in public and like that, I'm kind of out of my element. It's different, doing interviews like that in person. I'm so used to coming in my studio and doing my show preparation, having all these different stories that I can share and things to talk about to kind of get through 5 hours. Sometimes it gets kind of difficult doing the show live like that.
Well, it is, and I think you're having an opportunity where a lot of the people you talk to over those days are not individuals you talk to regularly, so you don't, have the relationship with them.
Yeah. In many cases over the years, a lot of the interviews, I know these folks. And those are the easy ones, when the women in trucking and the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund. But yeah, when you're sitting down with folks you've never met, and a lot of these are like businesses or things I don't really know anything about, so it's hard to know what kind of questions to ask.
Well, it's funny because I set my guy up. And I had a guy that had come over there for his interview, and he's a little nervous, and he doesn't really like being in front of the camera. He doesn't like these kinds of things, and he's like, what should I do? What should I do? And I said, you know what? I said, Steve has been doing this for years. He's fantastic. He's not going to let you fail. Just go talk to Steve.
And which company was that guy with? Who were you with now?
That was with Drew of D&J Precision Machine.
Okay. I see that, and that's one of those that I didn't really know a whole lot about. So yeah, so we did okay in the interview when all was said and done.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got some clips coming from it, some stuff coming out. So I do both work for Hot Shots and D&J. So
gotcha.
I'm constantly back and forth, up and down, doing different things.
Mm-hmm.
But it was kind of a little push to him to just go over there. You'll be fine. I figured his nerves would have been pretty high. You can tell because he doesn't know what to do with his hands.
Uh-huh.
So when you guys watch the videos, just pay attention. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. He loves that I break his chops about that.
Sometimes I do that as well. You get to talking with your hands. Oh boy! So overall, how'd the show go for you guys? I mean, I haven't seen any official numbers, but it seemed like the show was pretty busy Friday and Saturday, especially.
Oh, absolutely! By their reported numbers, I want to say they had 57,000 through the door.
Okay.
Over the course of the weekend. So, and I'll tell you, there were times Friday specifically, where it really felt like it. We were in that other hall, and man, when you got enough people in that hall, the temperature raised 20 degrees without warning.
Mm-hmm.
Just so many bodies in there.
Yep.
But it was a great show. Got to see some old faces. Got to see some of the folks that come out to see you, and I'm terrible with names, so I saw them. I talked to a couple of them. One of them was running around with Mindy, and they came over and said hi. And so it was a real good experience. It was a real good time to be at Matt's again.
Yeah. And I guess weather-wise, it could have been a lot worse. It was a little chilly for me, but it could have been a lot worse.
It definitely could have, because the chill. You guys were right there by that back door, I think. So you guys got a lot of unnecessary drafts. And doors were open and closing. But it could have been worse. It didn't rain. I think last year we had some rain, so But I just really wanted to give you a call and say thank you, because interviewing these guys, getting these stories out of these people, and giving them an opportunity to speak about themselves really is huge and can really be beneficial. And doing it through your platform is awesome.
Good deal. Well, it's great to hear from you, Matt. Thanks for checking in.
Absolutely. Don't forget, this weekend, if you're in Orlando, first Outlaw Diesel
that's
Series
right.
Drag race.
Kyle pushed that here earlier in the past day. Kicking off the Outlaw Diesel Super Series.
Yep, it's happening this weekend, where I'll be flying down. The Outlaw Diesel Super Series crew will be there. They're doing a Florida truck meet. They're going to have show and shine. They're going to have burnouts. It's going to be likely one of the largest events of that kind that's going to be happening this year.
Wow.
So definitely anybody in that area, if you're driving through Orlando, getting close to Orlando, make sure, stop on by, go check it out. I'll be up there. Kyle will be up there. I believe the Battle Scarred Motorsports guys will be up there, along with, all of the racing teams, and along with all the other action. So.
All right. Well, hope you have some good weather for racing this weekend.
Absolutely. And I'm hoping those people in the line of the weather right now blend down, get through it, and have as uneventful of a night as they can.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to get our first round of action sometime probably in the final hour of the show here this morning. But then they're kind of highlighting, I guess the atmosphere is going to kind of recharge, and later in the day, like I said, much of the state of Ohio under the Torcon level of 7. That's way up there. We're going to see some of those healthy winds later today. All right, see if we've got anything else to update you on here. Okay, no additional tornado warnings over the last few minutes. But I did mention to Big Ed, the owner and the manager of the cargo ship that rammed into the bridge there, filed the court petition this past day seeking to limit their legal liability for the deadly disaster. It's called the Limitation of Liability Petition. They say it's kind of a routine thing, but it is an important procedure for cases litigated under U.S. maritime law. A federal court in Maryland ultimately decides who is responsible and how much they owe for what could become one of the costliest catastrophes of its kind. Of course, we know the Singapore-based Grace Ocean Private Ltd. owns the vessel, and Synergy Marine Pte., also based in Singapore, is the ship's manager, they say. So the joint filing seeks to cap the company's liability at roughly $43.6 million. It estimates the vessel itself is valued at up to $90 million, and they were owed over $1.1 million in income from freight. The estimate also deducts two major expenses, at least $28 million in repair costs and at least $19.5 million in salvage costs. But I think it's going to be a lot more than that when it's all said and done, right?
USA News Update. President Biden is set to visit Baltimore on Friday to meet with state and local officials involved in recovery efforts after the bridge collapse. President has pledged full federal support following last week's disaster when a cargo ship hit the Key Bridge, causing it to collapse. Upon Congress's return from Easter recess next week, lawmakers may consider voting on further aid for Ukraine. House Speaker Mike Johnson mentioned during an interview on Fox News Sunday Night in America that the proposed supplemental aid includes funding not only for Ukraine, but also for Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. The White House is investigating reports of an Israeli airstrike targeting a senior Iranian military commander in Syria Monday. The strike occurred near the Iranian embassy in Damascus, and several sources indicate that the commander from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was killed in that attack. The incident coincides with an ongoing conflict between Hamas and Israel. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a couple of other tidbits before we get back to the calls, going back to trying to limit their liability. But believe it or not, they do say these procedures and processes and litigation normally takes years. So, like Big Ed said, surprise, surprise, this is going to be forever and a day. See, the companies filed under what they call a pre-Civil War provision of the 1851 Maritime Law that allows them to seek to limit their liability to the value of the vessel's remains after a casualty. It's been employed as a defense in many of the most notable maritime disasters. Now, this is just the first step in the process. Now, all claims must be filed in this proceeding. But he says cases like this typically take years to completely resolve, although it is a humongous case with a very unusual set of circumstances. He says, I don't think it's going to be that complicated in legal terms. All aspects of the law are very clear. So I think the thing that's going to take time here is the facts. What exactly went wrong? What could have been done? Okay, one report from the credit rating agency Morningstar predicting the bridge collapse could become the most expensive marine insured loss in history, surpassing the record of about $1.5 billion that's held by the 2012 shipwreck of the Costa Concordia cruise ship. I recall that, off the coast of Italy, the ship that ended up on its side, and forget how many passengers died in that event. But yeah, Morningstar is estimating total insured losses for this Baltimore bridge will be somewhere between $2 and $4 billion. Wow. All righty, 844-844-3388. Dingbat, going to give us an update, I do believe. How we doing, Dingbat?
That is me. That is me.
So give us the full report.
Can you hear me?
You say things are looking like they may be able to strike a deal without a strike occurring?
Well, Well. Post office is switching to UPS because of the things that are going on with FedEx, basically. But also the post office is scared because of a possible strike, because they saw what happened with the Teamsters of UPS, if you don't recall.
Yeah.
And so they better hurry up before they lose customers or whatever, because, I mean, like I said last night, freight is getting slow for FedEx, and FedEx is really big if you think about it.
Absolutely. And I mean, right on the heels
you were talking.
Right on the heels of the big win for UPS in their contract last year, though, yeah, we're hearing about all these, what they announced last week, 200 facilities, they're going to be shutting things down. A lot of folks are going to lose their jobs over this.
Exactly. I mean, it's nuts. I mean, like I said, I transport pilots, and when it affects the pilots or UPS or the Postal Service, it affects everybody. I mean, like the workers of FedEx. I mean, the people that work on the ramp that do the dangerous jobs. I mean, what was it last year? A lady died on the ramp because she got ran over.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's going to affect all aspects of FedEx, FedEx Ground, FedEx Freight, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And what is the?
But it could help.
What is the deadline once again? Can you remind us when is the contract deadline?
I have not heard anything about that just yet.
Okay.
But also, you were talking about that bridge. I mean, like me and Braindead, we live in West Memphis, Arkansas. I mean, you got the 55 bridge that just shut down for 2 weeks, and like yesterday was like the first full week it's been open. I mean, it was the longest too. If something happened like that, we don't know how to get to work.
Yeah, right. You can't get from point A to point B. Can't get there from here. So Braindead said he's planning on getting a little R&R on his weekend. Are you going to allow that to happen, or you got some honeydews for him to handle?
I got a list, trust me. But I know he's happy his Cardinals won tonight, though.
Okay.
But I just want to give you all an update of what's going on with FedEx Express.
Well,
I've been told.
Appreciate the full report there, Dingbat. Thank you for checking in, and I guess have a great night. Working. Third shift. Gotta love it, right? Got a few hours to go there. Meanwhile, out on the West Coast, this would have to be nerve-wracking. Motorists creeping along one lane of that scenic stretch of California's iconic Highway 1 this past day after a giant chunk of it collapsed into the ocean after heavy weekend rains, stranding as many as 1,600 people in the coastal community of Big Sur. Now, apparently, convoys of vehicles resumed at 8 a.m. Monday for one lane of the highway, although most of the people trapped in Big Sur were allowed to leave when a single lane was reopened Sunday after being closed overnight, according to the DOT there. During the time the convoys are passing, he said, we physically have observers on site to put eyes on the condition of the roadway to make sure it's still safe to travel. So you're going down one lane, and the other lane is pretty much gone. It's in the ocean, and you're just wondering is there enough land still beneath the roadway, or are we going into the ocean with it? A collapse occurred Saturday near Rocky Creek Bridge, about 17 miles south of Monterey. Traffic backed up for miles in both directions. The manager of a restaurant in Big Sur said about a dozen of his employees who were working that day were trapped in town, had to find friends and family members to spend the night with. That's probably the case for every business in Big Sur. He said Big Sur Lodge opened their conference room
to offer some trapped motorists a place to stay. Others spent the night in their cars. Lori Molinari tells Fresno's KFSN and television that she and her boyfriend ended up sleeping in his van after they went to lunch in Big Sur on Saturday. It was really hard when the firefighters said, well, you get to sleep here tonight. Yeah, on Easter Sunday, they got to return home, but there you go. Another convoy was scheduled for 4 o'clock Monday afternoon. Motorists were urged to avoid the area. It's not the first time they've seen collapses, mudslides, rock slides along that iconic stretch of highway there, right along the ocean. About 18 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. And 5-7, I believe, starting a new week. Hey there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, that thing about coming in for the sleep study was still just a consultation, and I'm still waiting to get in to actually get the sleep study. Meanwhile, I'm still driving on an extension on the health card. Time's ticking away.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Big Ed, man, you shouldn't be heaving dollar bills around like that. Because this crowd we got between the FedEx pilots going on the strike, they don't get a contract, and you've got a whole bunch of UPS drivers that ain't having a hard time getting a job. Man, you could have a bunch of grown men out there knocking kids down to get that money. So, I wouldn't have told anybody about all that money out on the ground. That little eggs, man. My family did that, and I was running over them little stinking eggs for 2 years after. That ship. I guess it's because I watch a lot of ship videos, Navy. I bring up a lot of Navy ship videos following the new destroyers and such. I get a whole bunch of ships out of control, cruise ships, freighters going in and out. So this is pretty common, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And all you have to do is look up online, out of control ships. And, there's one where one's coming into port and it ran right into the back of another cruise ship. People are running all over the place down the dock. So this is pretty common. Now, the only thing I can tell you about the Navy ship, my experience was, like I said, you'd have a telegraph from the throttles off the bridge, and they'd tell you to slow the thing down. You'd reach up on the throttle board and answer. They go flank from half speed. They go flank speed back down to 0, back up to 1/4. You'd reach up on the board and you do flank speed, 0 speed, 1/4. Start closing the valve. And with the military ships, because they had a man on that and a man actually working the rudders. If, let's say, anything would happen to the electronics of the ship where they couldn't, like, say, war damage, where it wouldn't work, they could still have a man up there on the sound-powered phones, because you working the throttles, you had the earphones all the time, and they could tell you verbally, give you orders over the sound-powered phones, flank speed, whatever, 1/4 speed, and then they could tell the man manning the rudders, what direction or what degree you need to turn them in.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know what the modern ships are if it's all automated like that. You can see where the power, if it is absolute, just one human being in the bridge operating this stuff, everything's automated. Yeah, you've heard that word before.
Yes, sir.
You can see where the power failure that you're seeing there, and I still see that big, when the lights come on, I still see that big puff of smoke, meaning that somebody probably hit the reverse, shut down the forward motion of the screw and hit the reverse. So they poured on the coal to get it to back up. The anchor hanging down there is a sign of desperate. As for the insurance, remember, a pilot doesn't ride on that ship all the time. They'll send somebody out. You've probably seen it on your cruise
Oh,
ship.
absolutely, yeah.
They'll send the pilot out. The pilot will aboard the ship, and the pilot actually gets up on the bridge wing, and the captain steps down. And so the pilot company, or whoever that is, they're going to have a big chunk of change to have to spend out on this. They probably why you're not hearing anything about the pilot, because of all the liability. And with the ship thing, the lawyers get a hold of it. It would be everything. But hey, Biden could have said this and helped us out here, saying the federal government's going to rebuild this bridge immediately, and we will be seeking reimbursement from guilty parties. And there should have been a whole lot of rocks piled in front of the stanchions on these bridges. But thank God they called, got people off that bridge. Maybe they'd have saved 6 lives if they all 6 knew how to speak English. They might have been hollering up there telling them to evacuate the bridge. Maybe they didn't understand English. I don't know. Story's still to come out, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And other than that, 5-7. We're down here coming out of Baxley. If you wonder where Baxley is, you just go to Little Wissy, turn right, and in Georgia, and you'll find it. 5-7 head back up to South Carolina and back up to civilization.
All right, copy the mail.
Over and out.
Speaking of the Navy, it looks like the Navy is actually going to be contracting out multiple barges to Baltimore Harbor to help with clearing and reopening the channel. Naval Sea Systems Command has contracted a variety of vessels to help with the job supporting the Coast Guard's recovery effort. The Navy's supervisor of salvage and diving will use the barges to surface and remove portions of the bridge. I said sections will first be disassembled before they're lifted onto the barges and then transported away, according to the Navy. Navy supervisor of salvage and diving will also oversee the mobilization of 12 assorted tugs, survey, crew, and dive boats that's going to arrive in Baltimore in the next few days. Barges being dispatched to the scene include the Chesapeake, a 1,000-ton lift-capacity derrick barge, the Farrell, which is a 200-ton lift-capacity revolving crane barge, and the Oyster Bay, a 150-ton lift-capacity crane barge. The Chesapeake, though, I think Philip mentioned that last evening, a 1,000-ton lift capacity. Those vessels have already arrived at the harbor. Another slated to arrive early next week, according to the Navy. 4 workers who were on the bridge at the time of the early morning collision remain missing. The 2 that were rescued initially alive, and the 2 others were recovered deceased there. But according to the governor, what we're talking about is not just Maryland's economy, it's about the nation's economy. I mean, this port handles more cars and more farm equipment than any other port in the entire country. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, promise I'd give you an update. Following the severe weather this early Tuesday and what will continue right through midweek. But eventually, headed toward the weekend, this transitions to a long-lasting April nor'easter. Could end up being one of the biggest snowstorms of the winter now that we're into spring, right? For portions of New England and upstate New York. Storm will also bring significant, long-lasting impacts to much of the Great Lakes and the Northeast in terms of wind and cold. The same large, complex storm that's triggering the severe weather in the middle of the country reorganizes and generate much colder air from the Great Lakes to the Northeast. As one part of that storm in the Midwest is weakening, a new storm will develop along the coast. Now, instead of this storm continuing to head out to sea, it's going to creep slowly northward along the New England coast during the second half of the week here as the storm strengthens, gathering strong winds and more moisture from the Atlantic. Latest indications it'll be too warm for snow in New York City, along the southern coast of New England, and along much of the eastern coast of Massachusetts, but it'll be a different story just a bit further to the north and west. Rain will either transition to heavy wet snow, or a wet snow will commence further northwest where the air's cold enough in much of Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, northern New York, and the hilly grounds in central and western Massachusetts. This thing has the potential to produce snow exceeding that from the storm a little over a week ago that dropped 1 to 2 feet there. This storm, because of its extended duration, could bring a general snowfall of 2 feet, with totals approaching 3 feet in some areas. Major impacts will include flooding, power outages, and travel problems. This storm will have some of the worst impacts than the storm we saw back in mid-March, according to AccuWeather. It could bring down trees and power lines over a widespread area. The combination of the wet, clinging snow in the northern part of the storm with the emergence of some buds on the trees and the high winds within and outside the snow area will probably trigger some damage. Some neighborhoods may be without power for days, as streets and secondary roads may be clogged with heavy, wet snow as well as the fallen trees and limbs. Thinking of our friend Dave, I believe it is, checks in from Parsonsfield, Maine. That storm in mid-March, he just got his power back a couple of days ago. I think he said 13 days. That generator was humming outside his house. So he could be going right back into that. Snow will extend further west and south during the storm. Bands of snow likely to occur as far to the west as parts of Wisconsin, northern Illinois, and northern Indiana. Portions of Michigan's lower peninsula will pick up some heavy snow as well. Some accumulating snow will extend into the higher elevations of Pennsylvania, western Maryland, and West Virginia.
It's pretty incredible for this late in the season. Periods of rain soaking Boston and New York City from later today to Thursday. Maybe a slushy coating to an inch or snow in store for Boston itself, but mainly on the non-paved surfaces there. Little or no accumulation at Boston's Logan International Airport. Now, just a couple dozen miles to the northwest of Boston, direct heavy snow likely to fall. Less than 75 miles north of New York City. Heavy snow may be found in part of the Hudson Valley. A mixture of rain and maybe some wet snow occurring at times in Detroit. Wednesday into Thursday, even maybe around Chicago, a change to some wet snow later today. Tuesday could leave a coating to an inch or two, mainly again on the non-paved surfaces by Wednesday morning. You talk about the ups and downs of Mother Nature. Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. And we'll return following news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A man has been apprehended following accusations of deliberately driving his vehicle into a security gate at an FBI office in Georgia. According to officials, the suspect attempted to tailgate another vehicle in order to gain access to the facility, but security protocols thwarted his efforts. Footage from the incident depicted the front of the car severely damaged, situated just within the gate perimeter in Chamblee, located north of Atlanta. Authorities have reported no injuries, and the identity of the suspect remains undisclosed. As of now, no details regarding a possible motive have been made public. An Iranian military commander was targeted in an Israeli airstrike on the Iranian embassy in Syria. Former senior director of the National Security Council, Michael Allen, says he expects Iran will respond.
I think they'll want something that's more than symbolic, but short of outright declaration of war with Israel, because neither Hezbollah or Iran want that.
Iran has confirmed the commander's death, stating he was involved in shipping weapons to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Upon Congress's return from Easter recess next week, lawmakers may consider voting on further aid for Ukraine. House Speaker Mike Johnson mentioned during an interview on Fox News that he proposed supplemental aid that includes funding not only for Ukraine, but also for Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. Crews are initiating a crucial phase in the process of reopening the Port of Baltimore. The Coast Guard has declared the establishment of a temporary channel for commercially essential vessels close to the area affected by the collapse of the Key Bridge. President Biden set to visit Baltimore Friday to meet with state and local officials involved in efforts after the bridge collapse. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
President Biden and his team are working with Governor Moore, the congressional delegation, Mayor Scott, and numerous state and local officials to reopen the port.
The time and location of the president's visit have not been announced. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Israeli government was temporarily out of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hands over the weekend as he underwent a hernia operation.
The hernia reportedly uncovered Saturday during a routine checkup. Netanyahu's office saying Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Justice Yariv Levin temporarily took over Netanyahu's duties during the procedure.
That's USA's Ryan Daniels reporting. The Israeli Prime Minister has had hernia surgery at least once before, back in 2013. Benjamin Netanyahu is aiming to shut down Al Jazeera in Israel, vowing immediate action after a new law against the Qatar-based news outlet was passed. He accused Al Jazeera of supporting Hamas's October attack and alleged some of its journalists collaborated with the militant group. The Biden administration is expressing concern, citing freedom of the press. In February, more than a third of home purchases were made with cash, as indicated by a recent report by the real estate firm Redfin. These figures emerge amidst persistently high mortgage rates. The proportion of all cash purchases nearly matches the peak of 38% from back in 2013. Redfin also notes a substantial increase in the median down payment for homes, rising by over 24% compared to last year. Filing tax returns has become a source of stress for Gen Z. A survey conducted by Cash App Taxes reveals that 1 out of every 4 individuals in that age bracket feels the need to seek therapy to cope with the anxiety of tax filing. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, just like that, another hour. Here we go. Welcome in, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. As we continue to follow this particular cluster or cell that has prompted tornado warnings literally from one side of Missouri, now from west to east, still prompting the latest warnings now for Crawford County, Washington County, Franklin County, Interstate 44. Hey, drivers, between the exits 225 and 228, that's the tornado warned zone right now. Moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, so the report is tornado, and it's been producing hail all along the way, anywhere from quarter to ping pong ball to $half size hail in some of the reports. So, going to be a lot of cars with dents and dings when the sun comes up, right? Moving on now. Last week we shared the story of some livestock. Cows becoming infected with the avian flu. Recall? Dateline Atlanta. A person in Texas has been diagnosed with bird flu, tied to the recent discovery of the virus in dairy cows, according to health officials this past day. Now, they said the patient's being treated with an antiviral drug. Their only reported symptom is eye redness, according to Texas health officials. That individual has been in contact with cows presumed to be infected. Now, they tell us, don't panic, the risk to the public is low, but this is the first known instance globally of a person catching this version of bird flu from a mammal. There is no evidence of person-to-person spread or that anyone's become infected from milk or meat from livestock. According to the principal deputy director of the CDC, genetic tests do not suggest the virus suddenly is spreading more easily or that it is causing more severe illness. Current antiviral medications still seem to work. Now, it was just last week where, as I mentioned, dairy cows in Texas and Kansas were reported to be infected with bird flu. Agriculture officials later confirmed infections in a Michigan dairy herd that had recently received cows from Texas. None of the hundreds of affected cows have died, they tell us. But this bird flu, the avian flu, has been spreading since 2020 among more animal species, including dogs, cats, skunks, bears, even seals and porpoises in a number of countries. But the detection in U.S. livestock is rather unexpected and a kind of a problematic twist, according to a former CDC outbreak investigator who is now dean of the University of Nebraska's Public Health College. Now, the vast majority of infected people got the bird flu directly from birds. Scientists have been on guard for any sign of spread among people. First identified as a threat to people back in 1997. When they had an outbreak in Hong Kong. More than 460 people have died in the past 20 years from bird flu infections. Now, Texas officials did not identify the newly infected person nor any details about what brought them in contact with the cows. They do not recommend testing for people who have no symptoms. Roughly a dozen people in Texas who did have symptoms were tested in connection with the dairy cow infection, but only one came back positive. This is only the second time someone in the United States has actually been diagnosed with what's known as the type A H5N1 virus. Back in 2022, there was a prison inmate in a work program that had picked it up while killing infected birds at a poultry farm in Colorado. And his only symptom at the time, they say, was fatigue, and he did recover. But, all right, not a panic time, but just interesting how these things just kind of change. Flu viruses are known to mutate and morph and change. We learned a lot about that over the past several years. with the COVID pandemic, of course. Let's head on down to the Sunshine State, Florida. Morning, Philip. Hi there.
Hey, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Getting ready for some rough weather today here, Philip. I mean, we got the Weather Channel has much of the state of Ohio under what the Torcon level of 7.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That don't sound good. I know you were talking earlier about a 50-mile-an-hour storm going across Missouri. That dude, that's trucking pretty good.
Yeah.
50 miles an hour. That's nothing to play with there, man. Are they getting a lot of those bow echoes on the radar there, Steve? Have you seen any of that on the radar?
I've seen a bit. Yeah, there's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings with the straight line winds that have been pouring in all night long with this line. So, yeah, a lot of straight line wind damage.
Yeah, it's supposed to be over here around us tomorrow. Looks like it's going to start out in the morning and then carry on into the afternoon and then into the night. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to be as bad for us as it is for y'all. How was it supposed to be around Memphis and all that? Is that supposed to be pretty bad today, or was that tomorrow?
Like later today. I mean, there's a zone that extends from all the way, say like Tupelo, Mississippi, all the way up to Cleveland, Ohio. That's kind of like in the Torcon of 5, and then that bullseye zone right here, northern Kentucky and much of Ohio is in a 7.
Yeah, I know. It was showing northern Indiana's going to. You said earlier they're going to get some snow up there in Illinois and Indiana.
I guess on the back side of this whole thing, yes, they are.
Oh, wow. That's some crazy stuff. I mean, weather is what it is. I know that they've been talking about this for the last couple of days.
Yeah.
They said today would be a really bad day starting it out. It's going to be a crazy year with the weather, I tell you. We're kind of in between the neutral spot, in between them, and La Nina and the other one. It's kind of crazy. I mean, kind of scares me with what we got coming this summer, when it gets hot, with these storms. We'll just have to see how she plays out. And have they tested any of the milk off those dairy cows, Steve? That, before did they release any of that milk out to anybody? Did they say anything in that report?
Now, the report last week, that's how they detected the avian flu in those cows, that it was through the milk. Now, so supposedly none of the milk from infected cows has been released, and they said the pasteurization process should kill that virus anyway, but...
Yeah, pasteurization should kill it. It kills a lot of the bacteria that's not needed. Mm-hmm. But it's one of those things. Steve, a lot of people don't know that. We talk about pasteurization for the milk and whatnot, but we radiate flour. They do that. I don't think too many people know about that.
I wasn't aware. And what are they trying to kill in the flour?
Well, like a lot of your flowers get weevils and whatnot in there, and they that's the big thing with flour. You don't want weevils to get in there.
Yeah.
And,
sure.
You get their eggs in there. So what they do is, and they do it a lot. They do it for a lot of different things, not just flour. I mean, wheat, you name it. They radiate it to kill all that, so that doesn't develop and make the flour go bad. They do it for a lot of different reasons, health reasons. If people really understood what some of the stuff is out there with radiation, it'd be crazy thinking some of the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we eat that has been radiated, and it's not a radiation that'll kill you. It's a radiation to kill the bacteria and stuff that can hurt you, and that's what pasteurization was all about.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny we have pasteurization today, but back in the day, how many people drank milk right out of the cow?
Yep.
And nothing happened to them, right? So it's just one of those things. I mean, nobody thinks about it. You were talking about that storm, that big ship out there in Baltimore. They had to lash it down last night for this storm coming across because they didn't want it to move at all. So they actually have anchors all the way around from the middle of the ship all the way around to the other side, holding her down so she don't move at all. They've lashed it down. They showed that on the news last night. And they are supposed to move a big section of that bridge today. They said it could be about 300 tons. But they're having a real hard time with it because it's all twisted and mangled together to the point where it's not like you just cut it and go. You know, they're just having to be real methodical in the way they cut it out. You know, just have to sit back and watch. And let's hopefully get through the storms today. So y'all be safe, Steve, and I'm going to let you go.
All right, and a safe journey or the rest of your trip in. Off to work we go on a Tuesday morning. It is 844-844-3388. All right, we did say hello to Big John. We'll get back to the calls into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Speaking of today's weather, somebody posted some of the comments where the Weather Channel has that Torcon level of 7 for a good chunk of Ohio. Somebody said that the Xenia tornado anniversary is actually today. I'll do a double check on that, but that is, I was just a youngster at the time, but I very well remember that particular day, because that was a proverbial tornado outbreak that spanned, how many states was that? Yeah, massive tornado outbreak. So I said, this is the time of year some of those anniversaries are being remembered. Hopefully we don't see that. The memory being a kid. Yeah, my mom at the time had a Pontiac with a convertible roof. And I remember the big hail balls started coming down, and we're kind of looking out the utility room window, and I'd never seen hail of that size, and my stepdad saw one of those hail balls like go through the roof, the convertible roof, and he was cussing like a sailor, cussing up a storm. Little did we realize when the storm had ended, it was a whole bunch of hail balls had gone through that roof. That convertible roof looked like Machine Gun Kelly had done a job on it. All right, big hail. 21 past the hour. See what Eagle's got on his mind here on a Tuesday morning. What's happening, Eagle? I know what's happening. Eagle's getting some Z's. Hey, happy Friday, Brain Dad.
You sure he was snorting, not his Jake break, Steve? I was just trying to back into this store over here, but no, you were talking last night when I got hung up with you about NC State being a Cinderella team.
Yeah.
Yes, they are a Cinderella team. They are a Cinderella team, but honestly, in my honest opinion, they should have been like a 5th or 6th seed. They've been playing good basketball all year. Now, here's a little trivia for you. If they go to the championship, this will be the first championship they have played in since 1983.
Wow.
And when they played the last championship, and then the last championship, they went up against the Houston and won. Would you like to know who the coach was of that NC State team that won its first title?
I'd love to. Somebody we might recognize?
Jimmy Valvano. Does that name ring a bell?
I hate to say no.
He was, in my opinion, Calipari is a good coach. Do not get me wrong. He's a legendary coach, along with Jimmy V, but also Mike Krzyzewski. These guys are some of the phenomenal coaches. So, but also too, if NC State wins, not NC State, if UConn wins, they will be the first repeat winners since the Gators did it in 06 and 07. So I know Dingbat was like, huh, what, huh? Yeah, I said the Gators won it. So, but no, you were talking about the bridge earlier. We forgot they built this thing in 77. The building standards are a hell of a lot different. And we as a society are reactive and not proactive because, honestly, would you have ever thought a bridge like that would be hit by a ship and collapse? I never thought of it many times I've gone over it.
Right.
But now, since it's happened, I guarantee you a lot of these cities and states and the federal government are going to figure out how to keep it from happening again. So there's that. Also, too, I heard you and the Dingy one there talking about UPS and the postal contract. This could help save some of those jobs at UPS because these contracts bounce around all the time. And like she was saying, FedEx, the post office is getting scared. So, but now the real reason why I called was about Yellow Freight. That story, I mean, this is really infuriating. This just shows how corrupt and inept the management was from the whole get-go. I mean, they were hell-bent and determined to shut that company down and to bankrupt it and screw everybody out of the money. I mean, honestly, we passed a law called the WARN Act. It's a federal law. So when does the WARN Act federal law get squashed in a bankruptcy? In a bankruptcy, there needs to be investigations as to where all this money went. Where did the $700 million go? Where did the $5 billion in concessions that we the people, gave up to help save the company? That's the main issue, and that's what we, the people, are pissed about. The WARN Act would help, yes, but honestly, a WARN Act claim should be settled before any bankruptcy filed. Any. Now, they could have done this change of operation in-house, but let me go back to the management was so screwed up they didn't pay attention. The upper management, the ones that are 30 grades up the food chain, could have cared less. The dock supervisors could have cared less. It was all about the quote-unquote numbers and making the numbers look good for investors. I mean, me and Dingbat one day tracked two trailers that were going from Little Rock to the northeast to the Carlisle boat break. One of them went straight on through Memphis. The other one was sat on the yard for a day and a half, put to the door. A day and a half later, it's back on the yard. A day and a half later, it's going up to the northeast. This company could not understand the word customer and customer service. They were that inept. They would literally sit freight on the dock for a week and a half. Supervisor passes it every day. Dock workers pass it every day and could not even think of, hey, you know what? This has been sitting there for a day or two. Let's get on the trailer and get out of here. Holland had the best policy. That door was rolled, 6 o'clock p.m., that door was shut. That trailer was gone. It wasn't sitting around those 2 or 3 days in the door. It was gone. They didn't, there was hardly, if anybody from Yellow's list, I'm not Yellow, if anybody from Holland's listening, I call in and correct me if I'm wrong. But they had very little damage claims. But Yellow, I think, was it last year, or not last year, but 21 or 22, they had $70 million. I didn't stutter. $70 million in damage claims. And not one idiot in that upper management decided to come to the terminal and see how things were done. They never came out and saw a 1,000-pound skid on top of a 200-pound skid and want to know why we had to tear it up. Tear up the 100-pound, 200-pound skid to get the 1,000-pound skid off of it. The dock supervisors never got on to people when freight would come in and send it back to that terminal where it came from, where it was loaded, and get on to the people. You cannot keep customers damaging their freight. Period.
So that's a lesson that maybe they learned that lesson the hard way, you think? But so again, like you said, over and over again, management. Well, let's pause there, though. It's time for a news break. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is set to visit Baltimore on Friday to meet with state and local officials involved in recovery efforts after the bridge collapse. President has pledged full federal support following last week's disaster when a cargo ship hit the Key Bridge, causing it to collapse. Upon Congress's return from Easter recess next week, lawmakers may consider voting on further aid for Ukraine. House Speaker Mike Johnson mentioned during an interview on Fox News Sunday Night in America that the proposed supplemental aid includes funding not only for Ukraine, but also for Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. The White House is investigating reports of an Israeli airstrike targeting a senior Iranian military commander in Syria Monday. The strike occurred near the Iranian embassy in Damascus, and several sources indicate that the commander from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was killed in that attack. The incident coincides with an ongoing conflict between Hamas and Israel. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, don't tell anybody, but I forgot to buy our Powerball tickets for Monday night's drawing. Princess would be PO'd, but I get a reprieve because nobody won again. So, Powerball jackpot grows to an estimated $1.09 billion. No winning ticket Monday night's drawing. Okay, while nobody hit the jackpot, there were 6 players who won $1 million, I guess, after matching the 5 white balls minus the Powerball. 1 in Florida, North Carolina, Minnesota, and Virginia. 2 in Maryland. Did you have your tickets, Horse Feathers? 2 winners in Maryland. So with the jackpot now at $1.09 billion, that would carry the one-time cash payout of $527.3 million. As the numbers continue to climb, Monday's jackpot was the 4th largest potential prize in the Powerball history. Next drawing comes up on Wednesday night. I didn't realize Powerball is 3 nights a week. So they do Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. 3 drawings a week. I believe that was 40 straight drawings without a winner. The old record was 41. If there's not a winner on Wednesday night, that would be a new record. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Thanks for hanging in there, Brain Dead.
I appreciate you hanging me over, but no, it's just inept management. They could have done this change of operations in-house and not do anything and not have to go to the union to say, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. The upper management need to get out of that ivory tower get their butt to the terminals and actually walk the floor and see what happens, just like over here with Kroger. The upper management could care less what these stores do as long as they bring in money. That's all it cares. But honestly, though, these daggum CEOs and executives that got all their severance packages, they need all their pay and severance packages taken away to make us whole. I don't work for free, Steve. I know you don't work for free, and I know our family on this radio show does not work for free. So yes, I did work for 60 days during the WARN Act, but you didn't give me any notice. That's the problem. You violated federal law. Hey, pal, pay up. You get a speeding ticket, pay up or lose your license. It's a simple concept. These businesses that are these creditors, they can write their losses off on their taxes. I can't. How do you go to the IRS? Maybe Dean Michaels could help me. How do I write off the 60-day loss of not being notified of my job closing?
Mm-hmm.
How do you write that off? Because I don't remember ever hearing about that. Many years I filed taxes, Steve. But now we're going to try to hold the fort down, literally. The wind's really picking up over here, and we're just going to get off of work, get away from the K. Roger early, and hopefully just hunker down, Steve. You have a good one.
All right, because you're in that zone where it might get a little interesting later today. Thank you very much. Let's see. Good morning to Roy. Roy, thank you for. He just sent me the link to the Powerball, which I forgot about the whole thing. It was $1 billion. This past evening, so $1.09 billion for Wednesday's drawing. And then he pulled up, indeed, whoever it was that suggested today would be the 50th anniversary, I guess. This is April the 2nd. Actually, it was April 3rd of 1974. So tomorrow, technically, would be the 50th anniversary. It started as like any other day, but in Xenia, Ohio, and many other communities across the Midwest, it ended as one of many would never forget. At 4:40 p.m., a powerful EF5 tornado touched down, tearing through the Arrowhead and Windsor Park subdivisions, leaving little behind. Packing winds of more than 250 miles per hour. It continued on its half-mile wide path through Xenia toward downtown, derailing a train, leveling businesses, destroying several schools. Xenia's tornado was one of 148 tornadoes across the Midwest that day. What part of what would later be known as the super outbreak of storms. Of the 148 tornadoes, the twister in Xenia was found to be the most destructive. Now, 50 years ago, $100 million, what would that be today? And an estimated $100 million in damage. When the storm passed and the clouds cleared, the devastation left was almost inconceivable. 32 lives were lost in the storm. More than 1,100 were injured, and nearly half the buildings in town were damaged or destroyed. Just days after the storm, then President Nixon made a surprise visit to Xenia to survey the damage. A month later, the Disaster Relief Act of 1974 was signed into law. Federal help was on the way. While that storm changed the face of Xenia, it also changed the way weather is reported. It showcased the need for outdoor warning sirens, backup power, and ultimately led to the development of Doppler radar, which is still used today. The super outbreak also prompted the official adoption of Dr. Fujita's Fujita scale to determine a tornado's strength. The road to recovery after was not quick or easy. It's still a work in progress. Nevertheless, many families chose to rebuild their homes and their lives in Xenia. And 50 years later, we can say that Xenia lives. Of course, April 3rd, which will be Wednesday, tomorrow, the city of Xenia will actually hold a special outdoor remembrance ceremony on East Main Street to mark 50 years since the tornado. East Main Street between Detroit and Whitman Streets will be shut down in the morning. Ceremony begins at 4 in the afternoon. The Air Force Band of Flight from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base will provide special music for the event, which will be free and open to anyone in the public who wishes to attend. Okay. If you're unable to attend the memorial event on April 3, the city will be hosting a gallery of memorabilia inside the city administration building in the second floor lobby during the month of April. So that's open like business hours. But so yeah, really interesting to see how things unfold today. April the 2nd of 2024 for the likes of Xenia, Ohio. And back at it at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, yeah, you're dredging up a lot of memories for me. That day, I had one tornado go south of me and one go north of me, and they joined up there in Harrison County, Indiana, and it got bigger and went on up through Louisville and Xenia and everything. And you probably don't remember this guy, but do you remember an Army Captain, Ernest Medina?
Doesn't ring a
bell. You were probably too young, 74 years. Okay. Well, he was Lieutenant Calley's commander in Vietnam. And, Lieutenant Calley, he was the one that had the My Lai massacre and all that. So anyway, and there's this thing too. We'll move on from there. I heard the former yellow drivers. Remember, who was it? Freddie the Freeloader? Was that what he went by? Mm-hmm. And he was talking about how they weakened the Employee Retirement Income Security Act. And him and his daughter did a lot of research on all that stuff. And that's where the weakness came in, because before they weakened that act, these retirement incomes, retirement pensions and all that, they were policed very closely. And then after they weakened that to where they could get away with pretty much investing in anything or saying, oops, we made a bad investment. And excuse me, that's whenever things really started going off the rails. That whole deal there with Yellow and YRC, I still haven't figured out why the different banks and everything were giving them loans to buy out successful trucking companies. I mean, that's still a mystery to me. But anyway, that's what happened, and whether or not they ever really fully investigated, I really have serious doubts of it. So anyway, but the one thing I wanted to mention to you tonight before I forget it, I don't know what happened, but when I went to listen to your podcast and stuff there, it kept telling me sites were blocked. And oddly enough, I did go to TuneIn and get a lot of it. Then I wound up going through the San Antonio radio station down there and got the rest of it there at 9:30 because I didn't realize that Ed Gibbs was on there last night. And I'm going to have to get that book because even though we did nothing in the past, but he was in marketing and all that stuff. And we must have crossed paths both in Chicago and in Nashville there. I know he did work with both of those. So anyway, but I don't know what's going on, but when I try to get on with my phone or even with my laptop, it was telling me that your podcast site was blocked. Is it Kendra or something like that? Anyway, the IP that they told me I was using is not my IP. So I don't know. Maybe somebody got into my stuff, but that was the main thing I wanted to mention about on that. And the other thing too is that you were talking about the avian flu that's kind of spreading all over the place, and you were talking about the milk being pasteurized and all that. Well, a lot of that milk probably had to be dumped because before they figured out it was the avian flu, the cows were given, well, I'll just call it bloody milk. The actual name for it is mastitis. And they were also given like colostrum-like milk, the real thick milk. So I don't know. I guess they were dumping it and sending it to animal feed, or I don't know if they had to destroy it or not. But the way they pasteurize stuff anymore, lots of that, they use that high temperature, short term stuff, and I don't know really how good that does with heat exchangers. And talking about the irradiation and all that, that's been a big battle in the agricultural food industry for 20 years now or something. And used to, when you made flour, you had something called an interliter, and the last thing you did before you processed the flour, it crushed all the bug eggs and everything and made it real fine. And some of the people didn't like the real fine flour.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess maybe that's why they went that. And your tomato ketchup has something called the hunt count in it. You can only have so many parts and pieces of insect in it. And I could go on, but I won't. But it was mentioned about the milk fever, or undulant. It's called undulant fever. You used to have to give cows brucellosis shots when they figured out what it was. And oddly enough, Steve, that's what got the first guy that wrote a book on birth control and abortions in trouble, because a lot of women were dying in childbirth and they were having stillbirth because that milk fever will actually transmit a fever to the pregnant woman. I probably won't pronounce this right, but it's called parturient fever or something of that nature. And he printed a book on that, on birth control, and if they found out that the child was damaged or was dead in the womb or whatever, he was demonstrating a book on how to have the abortion and everything. I think his name was Knowles or something like that. But today, I seen there in Ohio that you had pretty much, that the state of Ohio had disallowed that law that banned about all abortions. And that brings me to Republican politics, and some of the Republican lawmakers, they still don't get it through their head that the Democrats have been able to make hay with that for a long time, and they didn't do a serious study. And I guess a month or two ago, some woman, they had them carrying a baby that was already stillborn in the womb, or well, I should say stillborn, was dead in the womb. And I still can't figure that one out, because the deal with the abortion thing is, and the reason it went back to the states is because murder is a state crime, and whenever the fetus passes the point of where it can live outside the womb, it becomes murder. It's infanticide. And there is no federal law on murder. I know that sounds crazy, but there is no federal law on murder. So if we open all that back up, then they're going to have to create federal laws for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of a little bit disgusted with the Republicans that can't seem to understand we've made progress here, and now they're wanting to get rid of Speaker Johnson, or picking fights that don't amount to anything, and they're weakening themselves. But there's been some pretty good progress made here because Trump's fought all those legal battles. They've now got a Republican Party that's directed at the top by people that's going to get rid of the rhinos and everything. If you want to donate money, you can go back to donating to the Republican Party, and instead of looking at the progress they've made, they're still fighting these stupid fights that the Democrats set up for them to fight, and kind of divert them away from everything that's happening. And the one you were talking about, and the one last thing I'll mention, that Baltimore Harbor, Pothole Pete is a naval officer, reserve officer, and so was Hunter Biden. Now, I don't know how they got their commissions, but I know when I took my test for the officer qualification test, that was one of the questions on the test. You have to figure buoyancy and a drift and a whole bunch of other stuff. So whenever they go to take that ship off that bridge or the bridge off the ship, whichever way it is, they have to make sure that they take it off right so it doesn't wind up on its side like happened over there in that cruise ship you were talking about. They have to maintain their buoyancy and everything else. So I don't understand, why they don't really kind of basically work to that angle and get that done as quickly as possible, because who knows when the whole financial thing will be settled. But the longer it goes, the more money that it's going to cost them, because of the people, the merchants and everything in there. They're all going to be submitting claims. I mean, you can just let your imagination go wild. You've seen what happened with that oil well down there in the Gulf of Mexico, and I think they're still processing claims over that. And it will just go on and on and on, because you're going to have lawyers in there promoting claims and all this other stuff. So anyway, that whole thing there at Baltimore, I guess he just hit it just right. And, some of those bridges, they're built to have countervailing stresses, basically. And, they're held up one side, kind of like a teeter-totter, I guess would be about the best way to explain it. To get a teeter-totter perfectly balanced, it'll sit there. He takes the weight off of one end, and it's going to go to the ground. So a lot of bridges, whenever you look at that, they have that countervailing force, and I'm not exactly sure what the design on that Francis Scott bridge is. And by the way, the last I looked, the presidential yacht Sequoia, which was sold in the Carter administration, and I think somebody else bought it or took it off the government's hand. Last I checked, it was sitting in the Baltimore Harbor waiting to be reworked. So I guess the Coast Guard getter will have to take Biden out to look at that if he wants to look at it. So anyway.
All right. Well, I guess Friday's the visit, right? They did officially announce that. All right. So what do we got? Clear lines for the first time here on a Tuesday morning, 844-844-3388. We continue. This particular cell has literally traversed the state of Missouri from southwest to southeast, now moving into southwest Illinois, still prompting tornado warnings. South central Monroe County, Randolph County, those are in southwest Illinois, so right along the southwest Illinois, southeast Missouri line, because it's also St. Genevieve County and St. Francois County in southeast Missouri. Again, dangerous storms, tornadic rotation being detected by radar, but also straight line winds pushing through the region, moving 50-plus miles per hour as it's done across the entire state. Hey, this includes I-55 in Missouri between exits 150 and 162, crossing the interstate there. Just the latest of tornado warnings, that things have actually got more active as the night progresses. I was watching on our local update this past evening, the storms that at that time, going back about 4 hours ago, were pushing through the Indianapolis area with a lot of lightning. But as the storms are going to be dropping further south, even with the loss of daytime heating and whatnot, it's encountering more unstable air. So the idea was these storms were actually going to be intensifying through the overnight hours. Kind of the opposite of what you would normally expect, but that's where we are. Now, who was it that shared? Keith, I think it was. Keith Allen posted this about an hour ago. He says, not a good thing when the professional storm chasers are flowing into your area. And Reed Timmer, you're familiar that Reed Timmer is a storm chaser, the extreme meteorologist. He's headed blasting toward Ohio. Had heading northeast toward Ohio for another moderate risk for all hazards, including tornadoes. Of course, the risk of severe weather extending south all the way into Alabama and Georgia. But from Nashville to Louisville, Cincinnati, Columbus, live storm chase activated. And they've got that moderate risk, which on a scale of 1 to 5, moderate's like level 4. And the bullseye on that is right there centered from, say, Cincinnati to Columbus, not quite to Cleveland, Ohio, but south of Cleveland. Cleveland's actually in the marginal risk zone. But so Cincinnati, Dayton, yes, Xenia, which we were just talking about, the 50th anniversary is in that moderate risk zone, which is way up on the scale. Well, with the Great American Eclipse rapidly approaching next Monday, states in the path of totality have begun to plan for the increased traffic, and some plans are impacting commercial vehicle travel. Last week, the Texas Department of Motor Vehicle announcing that no size or weight permitted travel will be allowed on the day of the eclipse, Monday, April the 8th, from midnight to midnight. Those restrictions on oversize and overweight loads will affect 83 counties, pretty much everyone that's in the path of totality. Give you more on that coming up here, but again, clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A man has been apprehended following accusations of deliberately driving his vehicle into a security gate at an FBI office in Georgia. According to officials, the suspect attempted to tailgate another vehicle in order to gain access to the facility, but security protocols thwarted his efforts. Footage from the incident depicted the front of the car severely damaged, situated just within the gate perimeter in Chamblee, located north of Atlanta. Authorities have reported no injuries, and the identity of the suspect remains undisclosed. As of now, no details regarding a possible motive have been made public. An Iranian military commander was targeted in an Israeli airstrike on the Iranian embassy in Syria. Former senior director of the National Security Council, Michael Allen, says he expects Iran will respond.
I think they'll want something that's more than symbolic, but short of outright declaration of war with Israel, because neither Hezbollah or Iran want that.
Iran has confirmed the commander's death, stating he was involved in shipping weapons to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Upon Congress's return from Easter recess next week, lawmakers may consider voting on further aid for Ukraine. House Speaker Mike Johnson mentioned during an interview on Fox News that he proposed supplemental aid that includes funding not only for Ukraine, but also for Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. Crews are initiating a crucial phase in the process of reopening the Port of Baltimore. The Coast Guard has declared the establishment of a temporary channel for commercially essential vessels close to the area affected by the collapse of the Key Bridge. President Biden set to visit Baltimore Friday to meet with state and local officials involved in efforts after the bridge collapse. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
President Biden and his team are working with Governor Moore, the congressional delegation, Mayor Scott, and numerous state and local officials to reopen the port.
The time and location of the president's visit have not been announced. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Israeli government was temporarily out of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hands over the weekend as he underwent a hernia operation.
The hernia reportedly uncovered Saturday during a routine checkup. Netanyahu's office saying Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Justice Yariv Levin temporarily took over Netanyahu's duties during the procedure.
That's USA's Ryan Daniels reporting. The Israeli Prime Minister has had hernia surgery at least once before, back in 2013. Benjamin Netanyahu is aiming to shut down Al Jazeera in Israel, vowing immediate action after a new law against the Qatar-based news outlet was passed. He accused Al Jazeera of supporting Hamas's October attack and alleged some of its journalists collaborated with the militant group. The Biden administration is expressing concern, citing freedom of the press. In February, more than a third of home purchases were made with cash, as indicated by a recent report by the real estate firm Redfin. These figures emerge amidst persistently high mortgage rates. The proportion of all cash purchases nearly matches the peak of 38% from back in 2013. Redfin also notes a substantial increase in the median down payment for homes, rising by over 24% compared to last year. Filing tax returns has become a source of stress for Gen Z. A survey conducted by Cash App Taxes reveals that 1 out of every 4 individuals in that age bracket feels the need to seek therapy to cope with the anxiety of tax filing. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Did you make it through April Fool's Day without getting spoofed? All right. No, it was not an April Fool's joke, but according to the report, Lou Conter, a name you probably wouldn't recognize, the last living survivor of the USS Arizona battleship that exploded and sank during the bombing of Pearl Harbor, passing away on April 1st. He was 102 years old. Conter passed away at his home in Grass Valley, California, following congestive heart failure, according to his daughter. There's the memory of the Arizona lost 1,177 sailors and Marines in that 1941 attack that launched the U.S. into World War II. Yeah, that battleship's dead accounted for nearly half those that were killed that day in the attack. But they said Conter was a quartermaster, standing on the main deck of the Arizona as the planes flew overhead. 7:55 a.m. December 7. Sailors were just beginning to hoist colors or raise the flag when the assault began. Conter recalled how one bomb penetrated steel decks 13 minutes into the battle and set off more than 1 million pounds of gunpowder stored below. That explosion lifted the battleship 30 to 40 feet out of the water, he said. Everything was on fire from the main mast forward. Guys were running out of the fire, trying to jump over the sides. Oil all over the sea was burning. His autobiography recounts how he joined other survivors in tending to the injured, many who were blinded and badly burned. The sailors only abandoned ship when their senior surviving officer was sure they had rescued all those still alive. Of course, the rusting wreckage of the Arizona still lies where it sank. More than 900 sailors and Marines remain entombed inside. Only 335 Arizona crew members actually survived that day. Conter went to flight school after Pearl Harbor, earning his wings to fly PBY patrol bombers, which the Navy used to look for submarines and bomb enemy targets. He flew 200 combat missions in the Pacific with the Black Cats Squadron, which conducted dive bombing at night in planes that were painted black. 1943, he and his crew were shot down in waters near New Guinea, and he had to avoid sharks. One sailor expressed doubt that they would survive, to which Conter replied, "Baloney. Don't ever panic in any situation. Survive is the first thing you tell them. Don't panic or you're dead." They were quiet and treaded water until another plane came hours later and dropped him a lifeboat. Quite the story for this guy. Wow. He retired in 1967 after 28 years in the Navy. Born in Wisconsin, September 13 of 1921. Family later moved to Colorado, where he walked 5 miles one way to school outside Denver. The old stories of I had to walk 5 miles one way to school. He did. He had been getting weaker and weaker in recent months, hospitalized for 10 days in February. He had been on hospice since returning home. And he told his family he loved him, thanked him for being with him and taking care of him at home. So there you go, the last survivor of the Arizona. How about that? 102 years old, though. Hey there, Pappy. Did I get Pappy or did I do something wrong? We may have lost Pappy. Hopefully my phones aren't discombobulated because... All right, well, let me take you back to... Let's see here. Try to return that to Q. Try one more time, and maybe you have to reset the phones. We got you? Nope.
Yeah, you got me, Steve?
There he is. Okay.
Hey. I think I had my mute button on, man. I think that was...
So the story of the Arizona, I just shared the story of the Arizona. Yeah, you're kind of like the explosive expert. If 1 million pounds of gunpowder, what would that have been like?
Steve, it's amazing anybody on that ship even survived. I mean, the explosion and the concussion, that amazing. Anybody survived.
Wow.
I mean, that's a generation of men, Steve, that we're losing. 200 missions flown.
Yep.
In the Pacific Theater. Wow, man. That's just 200 missions, Steve. I mean, can you just try to fathom that, man? These men had kahunas made out of steel, man. No doubt about it. Man, my dad, I told you, he did 20 years. He joined in 1935, got out in 55. One year we went on vacation down to Florida. On our way back, we stopped in Savannah, Georgia. He looked up an old Navy buddy. Frank, can't remember his last name. But anyway, he was at Pearl Harbor. Not my old man, it's his buddy. And Steve, I'm probably 14 years old. I loved hearing all them war stories, man, when we went to the wedding receptions and hearing all my uncles and talk. And I remember sitting down here, Frank Saba, that was his name.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing him talking about him being in Pearl Harbor, I was felt like a little kid in a candy store, man. I'm sitting here talking with somebody that was at Pearl Harbor. Wow. Oh, hey. Looks like we kind of dodged a bullet. It's just starting to rain here by the Indiana line now.
Okay.
So by your next break, it might be starting to rain. I mean, the winds aren't kinking or anything yet, but.
So
I hear the White House today, Steve. Go ahead.
I was going to say, my understanding was we were supposed to see like an early morning round. Like not the big deal comes later in the day, apparently.
Yeah, well, I was under the assumption around 11 o'clock tonight that we were supposed to have a front to come through, and I guess it kind of went a little north of us. Yeah, but now they're saying in the morning, when I looked at the radar all the way back west, I don't know, Steve, it looks like it might stay north of Cincinnati. Could be wrong, I don't know. You're the weather guy, not me, that's for sure.
Like I said, we'll have a morning round that started about the noonish hour later today. That's when things are supposed to get to hopping. Afternoon.
Ain't that special? Wake me up a couple hours early, right?
Mm-hmm.
But hey, Steve, the White House today apparently. Remember when this October 7th terrorist attack went down? Steve, there was journalists embedded with them Hamas demon terrorists. That's how we were able to get all that footage.
Mm-hmm.
Not only them carrying GoPros on their helmets and stuff, but they had journalists embedded in with them. And the White House came out and said today, that's freedom of the press. Steve, this just boggles my mind. Freedom of the press. Steve, that's like if I am planning a assassination on, say, Mr. Steve Summers, right? I'm planning this out, and I call somebody from Local 12 and say, hey, man, we're going to wax this dude. You want to come along with us?
Right. Freedom of the press. Okay.
You know?
Yep.
Come on, man. Unbelievable. Hey, did you get my little email on Laura Ingraham, man? Is that true? Was that her last night?
I saw that, and I hadn't done any follow-up to search on that. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe you were right, an April 1 kind of thing.
Yeah, well, it was on Facebook saying, farewell to Laura, and I can't remember exactly what it said, but I was like, damn, wonder if that's true or not. So I don't know. Guess we'll find out. See why she left, if in fact she did leave. Find out what her reasoning is. Oh, what else here? Take on it. Got a couple other things on my mind, but man, I swear, Steve, I'm getting too old, man. I need to write stuff down, man. Heck was it? Oh, well, snooze, you lose. Hey, Reds came back and won a good one the other day.
I saw it. This past evening, I guess it was. Yeah, they went into a 10th inning grand slam to go ahead and win the game.
Well, yeah, yes. Well, it was yesterday. I think they came from behind too. In the ninth inning.
Easter Sunday, they came back in the ninth, and but 10th inning grand slam to go ahead. I think the final was 6-3 last evening.
Okay. So you're saying they won again on Monday?
Correct. They beat the Phillies last night.
Oh, all right. Well, I was. I didn't catch nothing last night. See the work. Now the rain is coming down hard. Hey, for the life of me, man, I can't remember the other things I was going to say. So I'm going to get off here. Somebody else jump in. Hey, man, up or down. It sounds like it might be starting something today.
All right.
Appreciate you taking the call. Hey, real quick before I get off.
Yep.
Man, Monkey Gouger. I'll tell you what, Steve, I had tears in my eyes when he called and gave us an update on that little baby. Oh, thank God, man. So I'm so happy for him, the family. And above all, that little baby is doing well, and hopefully we'll get him home. So I just wanted to throw that out there again. All right, Steve. Hey, I appreciate you taking the call, man. We'll talk at you probably tomorrow.
Yeah, and there's probably a bunch of folks out here starting their week. Monday night is their first night on the road, who may not have heard Gouger's call last night. He chimed in late last week where he had rushed home from the Mid-America Truck Show. He got that call late Friday night, and he headed out like 1 o'clock Saturday morning to miss the final day of the truck show to get home for the birth of his 8th grandchild. And grandchild ended up having some lung issues, couldn't get the oxygen levels up, so it was in like the neonatal care unit. And he said he's not going to go back on the road until he gets to hold that baby. Well, last night's update was the baby's off the ventilator, and plans are, if things go according to plan, the baby will be getting to go home this Friday. So he was definitely relieved about that. So the mom and dad are right, like mom's feeding the baby now, and everything seems to be much improved from late last week. There were some scary days in there, though. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back to the countdown. The Great North American Eclipse. Next Monday. Yeah, we left off kind of talking about Texas. No oversized or overweight loads in any of those counties in that path of totality. I mean, in Texas, the totality will cross about a 480-mile stretch. This will be the first total solar eclipse to pass over Texas since 1878. According to the Texas DOT, up to 1 million people are expected to travel to, through, or within Texas to get a glimpse of that totality. In addition to the restrictions, Texas DOT has prepared highway signs to help safely direct people. The state said that some road construction and maintenance work along major corridors will be put on hold as well. Sunday, April the 7th through April the 9th, April 9th, based on the traffic volumes. Truckers with questions regarding the travel restrictions need to contact the Texas DMV Permit Office, 800-299-1700. Arkansas has plans as well. Last month, the DOT released their solar eclipse traffic management plan as they prepare for an influx of visitors. According to the data from Arkansas DOT, about 1.5 million are expected to make that trek from outside the state. Also, the department expects about 500,000 in-state residents to travel from their homes to get into the path of totality. That's going to add an estimated 700,000 vehicles to the roadways in Arkansas. Their plans, suggestions included closing schools, encouraging residents work from home that day. Arkansas DOT asking carriers to take a voluntary truck holiday and park your vehicle for the day. Now, they claim the severe congestion along the highway system may make traveling that day mostly unproductive for truck drivers. Now, they added all these suggested traffic mitigation strategies, including the one-day shutdown, are just, this is a voluntary thing. There's no penalties, or if you want to get out there and get in it, have at it. If you decide to operate during the eclipse. I think the Arkansas Trucking Association frowned at the idea of trucking trying to take a holiday in the state for that day. Trucking's a 24/7 thing.
It never gets a break, right? All right, 844-844-3388. A couple minutes from news break, so let's hold on and get back to your calls after that. And continuing to get the tornado warnings. Boy, one after another coming in here. This is now moving into Illinois, south central Illinois, Perry County. Radar indicated rotation. Tornado, quarter-size hail, moving east 45 miles per hour. These are coming in from the Weather Service office in Paducah. Perry County, Jackson County, central Perry County in southeast Missouri. Tornado warnings and quarter-size hail. So, this Interstate 55, what do we got? Between the 135 and 137 mile marker. Hunker down at this hour. This guy gets the Dumbass of the Week nominee, if you ask me. You go into a repair shop, you're going to get work done on your truck. And you think you're going to get away without paying. They've got your plate number. They know who you are. I guess Dumb and Dumber is the case. A box truck driver facing charges after driving away without paying for almost $2,000 in repairs at a TA truck service in Connecticut. The unnamed driver was extradited from New Hampshire on March 31st and now facing fourth-degree larceny charges. According to the Patch News, the driver had requested an estimate for repairs at the TA shop and approved the quote before the mechanics got to work. The workers were finalizing the bill after completing the repairs when the driver walked out of the shop, got in the truck, and said, "Okay, see you later." Other truck stop employees tried to block the exit gates with their company vehicles, but he sped through before they could get out there. So walking out on a $1,836 bill and some change, according to the arrest warrant, the driver eventually tracked down in New Hampshire. Identity has not yet been released, but I don't know, Knucklebust would say, "You big dummy." It is 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. Hope your week's off to a good start. Take care of a news break and more to come. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. President Biden is set to visit Baltimore on Friday to meet with state and local officials involved in recovery efforts after the bridge collapse. President has pledged full federal support following last week's disaster when a cargo ship hit the Key Bridge, causing it to collapse. Upon Congress's return from Easter recess next week, lawmakers may consider voting on further aid for Ukraine. House Speaker Mike Johnson mentioned during an interview on Fox News Sunday Night in America that the proposed supplemental aid includes funding not only for Ukraine, but also for Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. The White House is investigating reports of an Israeli airstrike targeting a senior Iranian military commander in Syria Monday. The strike occurred near the Iranian embassy in Damascus, and several sources indicate that the commander from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was killed in that attack. The incident coincides with an ongoing conflict between Hamas and Israel. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, got some other industry headlines we'll throw your way. We shared the Grump's opinion earlier about the EPA new emission standards on trucking. Virtually every trucking organization I've seen has spoke out against it. OOIDA, the American Trucking Association, the Truckload Carriers Association, the Petrochemicals. Everybody's saying this can't be done. From FreightWaves, the Biden administration apparently yesterday acknowledged this aggressive push to decarbonize trucking will be very costly. But have no fear. The government is here to help you. All right. The overreaching challenge is aligning the market-driven desire from fleets to adopt zero-emission freight vehicles with the resources required to make it successful. And right now, it's pretty costly, you think. Speaking to NPR before the release on Friday of the EPA's new Phase 3 emission rule, Klein said the cost parity has yet to be reached. That would make electric trucks as affordable A new Class 8 diesel truck cost roughly $180,000, compared with up to $400,000 for a battery electric truck. That's why the federal government is providing subsidies to bring the cost down closer to a cost parity. I will also say the charging infrastructure is, of course, a limiting factor, so we got to make sure everybody has access, not just the big fleets and the companies. We broke down the Phase 3, where they're going. But in finalizing the standards for heavy-duty vehicles, trucks, and buses, we're significantly cutting pollution from the hardest-working vehicles on the road. That's the comments from Michael Regan, the EPA administrator. According to the rules preamble here, the new standards for heavy-duty trucks include less stringent standards for all vehicle categories for the model years 27 through 2030 than had originally been proposed last year. Trying to make it sound like we're cutting you a break. It's not as bad as it would have been or could have been. While the emission standards for the sleeper cabs in the final rule begin with model year 2030, they're less stringent for that year and for model year 2031. While placating the environmental groups, much of the trucking industry firmly opposes the rule despite these so-called adjustments that they made for the final rule. The ATA president, Chris Spear, like so many others, as I mentioned, says the 2030 targets remain entirely unachievable. Given the current state of zero-emission technology, the lack of charging infrastructure, restrictions on the power grid, it is not achievable. Back to the calls. And, well, happy birthday to the blind man.
Yes, I'll be 77. And when I was born, I weighed 1.5 pounds. And they had to give me super oxygen. And that's how I lost my vision. It just destroyed the retinas. Anyhow, what I wanted to talk about, I listened to Jake Smith on WGMD and WUSX, your affiliate in Seaford, Delaware. I could get my electronic girlfriend to play that station so I can hear the show when I can't sleep. And anyway, Jake Smith was talking about there's going to be no primary today in Delaware because the Democrats who run the state decided that it was too expensive, so they canceled the primary.
Yeah.
And I think it started when Jake Smith was saying we got to have a petition drive to make sure that Trump gets on the ballot. He and his listeners were extremely successful and got that on the ballot. Maybe somebody from Delaware can call in and explain more, but Jake Smith is one of us. He's a MAGA guy, and he's really great to listen to. He's on from 9 to noon weekdays on either WGMD 92.7 or WUSX 98.5, and I'm glad that my electronic girlfriend can play that station for me during that time period.
Very, very good. Okay, that'll work.
Yes, and maybe somebody will call in. I might as well get up. I just can't sleep anymore. I got 24/7 tonight. I'll probably be half asleep at 3 in the afternoon. That's a big problem among us blind folk.
Right.
Oh, I want to thank Gilligan and his family. They sent me a nice birthday card, which I got, and when I had my mail read Sunday, that was one of the pieces of mail I got. I'll probably get phone calls today. Probably have a quiet birthday. A friend of mine, she's going to take me out to lunch on Saturday. She and her boyfriend and her sister and her husband will we'll probably go to the Outback, and I'll have a nice prime rib, I hope.
Sounds good.
So
Nothing like a
anyway,
prime rib dinner. Yum, yum. Did you have a good Easter, first of all?
It was a very quiet Easter. I didn't do anything. I listened to Dragnet all afternoon. That's another thing my electronic girlfriend can do. I can say, launch radio, whatever, and I'll say, launch radio, Dragnet, and it plays one episode after the other episode. So when I get through with that series, I'll probably go to Suspense or Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, or The Whistler. I like that series, too, when I can hear it on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good entertainment for me. Since I don't watch TV anymore, I can't see it, and a lot of today's TV shows are so visual that I wouldn't be able to follow the action. Now, when TV was first coming on in the 40s, I guess late 40s, 50s, all the scripts were written as though it was for radio. So listening to the dialogue, I could tell what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Today, it's impossible. You have to have audio descriptions.
Well, again, happy birthday, blind man. I appreciate you checking in this morning, and have a good day. Enjoy that prime rib dinner. I was just talking last hour about the 50th anniversary of the tornado outbreak, April 3rd of 1974. Just came across a guy, another one of the weather buff guys, a forecaster, Bucyrus, Ohio Weather, who writes, talk about spooky. Tomorrow, Wednesday, April 3rd, will mark the 50th anniversary of the April 3rd, 4th, 74 super outbreak. The surface features and described environment on that day in 1974 are eerily similar to what we are expecting today, Tuesday, April the 2nd of 24. Nearly 50 years to the day later, it's almost identical, actually, from the deepening low situated near Lake Michigan to the moist, warm sector over most of the Ohio and Indiana, and a strong jet stream out of the southwest. The 1974 super outbreak was the first in recorded history to record or produce more than 100 tornadoes in under a 24-hour period. It also produced 6 F5 tornadoes. Now, the EF scale didn't even arrive until 1977. One of the things being the infamous Xenia, Ohio F5, which did major destruction, including to the high school. Students were inside practicing for a play at the time, thankfully taking shelter in the hallways before the tornado hit. The tornado then dropped a school bus directly onto the stage where they had been practicing moments before. With 13 other states affected that day, several other towns, including an elementary school and part of a college campus, took on significant damage as well. There were 148 tornadoes in total. This included a couple significant tornadoes in Ohio. The majority occurred in Indiana and Kentucky. This entire event was studied by Dr. Fujita and his team for the following 3 months. This large amount of valuable scientific data was one of the major building blocks of the EF scale that later went into use. Surprisingly, the EF scale wasn't adopted till 2007. I thought it was 1970s. 2007, over 30 years later. As I'm about to publish this post, I'm hearing word that some districts in Indiana and Kentucky have actually closed altogether for Tuesday. I've yet to verify this. The day one outlook for Tuesday is now out as well. It has shifted slightly. Our area remains under the same level 4 out of 5, with the concerning warning from the Storm Prediction Center continuing in this outlook as well. Now, I'll be posting those momentarily. And another fun fact, there's certainly a nationwide radar outage, which has been ongoing for at least the last half hour. Thankfully, Wilmington, Ohio is still one of the few that are up near Cincinnati. All righty, I'll have those new outlooks shortly. Then I'm off to get some rest before this event gets underway. Again, Pappy, that's going to be like later today. Okay, the setup. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Gilligan, you're nuts. Shares me the photograph. His Easter dinner. Yeah, marshmallow peeps is the bun with a hot dog and mustard on top. Good stuff. He also shared the anniversary of the, I guess that was the, 1978, one of the biggest ice storms across the valley. It was March 25 and 26, 1978. Big ice storm impacted many areas, including the valley. Freezing rain started falling the night of the 25th on the eve of Easter Sunday that year. According to the records, ice accumulation was the thickest of memory for many observers. Easter Sunday was actually put to a halt as the roads were impassable. Many trees and power lines were taken down. Television and radio stations were off the air. One resident recalled being stuck on the road. I was headed home from ETSU, stranded on Interstate 81 for the entire night. Everyone was pulled over. It was a very long, cold night. No cell phones existed those days to call and tell anyone where you were. I'm not sure how my mom got through it that night either. So going back to 1970, so was that your zone there, Gilligan, 1978?
Oh, yeah. I was 10 years old, going on 11, and of all the times for this to happen, my grandfather had a major heart attack just as the sleet started coming down in that area. They had to get him to a hospital. And in the good weather, from where I grew up to the nearest hospital is about a 45-minute drive. Yeah, it was some scary moments there. My grandfather at the time, of course, was like 67 years old, but he went on to live another about 17 years after that heart attack. So, he still had a lot of years left in him. Yeah. Marianne is really mad at me over that deal. She said I agreed to make Easter dinner, and I pulled that out. It's a good thing she's not a violent woman, because I think the people 3 miles away heard her screaming. No, I guess it wouldn't have been so bad, but a lot of the family showed up too. So, I tried to help. What could I say? I'm going to touch on what Big Ed said. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Steve, mark it on the calendar. I agree with Big Ed. Man, I know that's hard for me to say. I left a terrible taste in my mouth. Probably it is a good thing that the government's stepping in and paying to replace this bridge. I never thought about it, but until Ed brought it up, if they wait for this company to pay for it through their insurance companies, it'll be forever before they ever get the money to rebuild this bridge. Someone's going to have to step to the plate, because this needs to be done as ASAP. I mean, like I've said before, I've been across that bridge a few times. Usually I come in from the west side, so I normally didn't run the Francis Scott Key Bridge, but I did do it a few times. And Baltimore, as Horse Feathers could attest, and many others, and Rubber Duck, of course, he runs down there some stuff. I mean, it is an absolutely berserk. I've been in and out of that port years ago. I tell you what, that is one of the tightest ports I've ever been in. I mean, I haven't been in Long Beach and that sort of thing, but I've been in Wilmington, Newark, and stuff, and it gets a little tight down there in that port, especially when I was pulling for JB and pulling 53-foot boxes out of there. Yeah, that port was made for 40-footers, and here I'm messing with a 53. It's not a good combination, as you can figure,
Right.
So, yeah. Steve, if you want some entertainment, I sent you the link Friday. I tell you what, all this talk about baseball reminds me of my favorite play of the day by CNN, and one of the most crazy antics to me in the history of baseball. Have you ever looked up Phil Niekro's stolen base?
I have not.
See that clip?
No, sir.
Well, Phil Niekro, 318 game winner, the classic knuckleballer in the late 60s through the 70s, through most of the 80s. They figured it up. He was playing for the Indians. He had done everything there was to do in baseball but steal a base. From what I understand, he was a pretty fair hitter and a pretty fair base runner in his younger days. He got a triple even, which is unheard of, especially, well, not unheard of, but rare, but especially for a pitcher, but steal a base. So during the 7th inning stretch of his last year with Cleveland, late in the season, here comes Phil Niekro running out of the dugout with a bandana up over his face, runs out to second base, basically jumps on it, don't even slides into it. The umpire's in on the gag, calls him safe, and he rips up second base and runs back to the dugout with it. He literally stole second base. It's really kind of funny to watch. Phil Niekro was noted for some of his antics. I remember Polish American Day at Yankee Stadium. He was on the mound in a rocking chair. I remember one game I was watching, and somebody laid a bunt down the third base line, and just the ball come to a stop, and kicked his foot over it, just like to kick it foul because he seen he couldn't throw the base runner out. Back then there were some funny things about baseball. I mean, to me, things have changed so much, I can't get into it like I used to. I mean, I know a lot of people are like that. I mean, it's just not the same, to me.
Mm-hmm.
You all have your all's rivals, the Cardinals, the Pirates, and such. I mean, I was a Yankee fan growing up. Our biggest rival was Boston, and then Baltimore Orioles. It's on that same idea. I haven't watched a Yankee game, and I don't know when. And I used to watch them all the time. I mean, back in the days of Phil Rizzuto was commentating them there on WPIX out in New York and stuff. It was a lot. It was great. Back in Yogi Berra was managing the Yankees. You know, before that, Billy Martin and some of his antics. I mean, do you remember the George Brett time tar incident where George Brett hit a home run? And Billy Martin run out there protesting that there was too much pine tar on the bat. I still say the funniest part of that is when the umpire's looking it up in the rule book and Billy Martin's reaching over his shoulders, pointing to the pages to point out where it's at in the rule book. I mean, that man knew that rule book better than anybody, that's for sure. But, you know, the days of Earl Weaver and Sparky Anderson, you know, it's a bygone era. Well, anyway, I'm going to get off here, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call and hope everybody has a safe night. Take care. Bye.
Good to hear from you, Gilligan. Little baseball memories, right? And it's 844-3388. So more on the eclipse, they're saying, as the eclipse will dash across the country. They're saying you may want to keep an eye on your animals when the eclipse hits your area. Experts say the eclipse could affect animal behavior and become a risk to their safety. They did a lot of studies with the 2017 eclipse at some of the zoos in America, and some of the animals were affected by it, according to the director of the Lubbock Animal Services. So I'll tell you a little more of what he had to say, what we'll be watching for. First, though, got to get a news break in here as we hit the top of the hour here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. A man has been apprehended following accusations of deliberately driving his vehicle into a security gate at an FBI office in Georgia. According to officials, the suspect attempted to tailgate another vehicle in order to gain access to the facility, but security protocols thwarted his efforts. Footage from the incident depicted the front of the car severely damaged, situated just within the gate perimeter in Chamblee, located north of Atlanta. Authorities have reported no injuries, and the identity of the suspect remains undisclosed. As of now, no details regarding a possible motive have been made public. An Iranian military commander was targeted in an Israeli airstrike on the Iranian embassy in Syria. Former senior director of the National Security Council, Michael Allen, says he expects Iran will respond.
I think they'll want something that's more than symbolic, but short of outright declaration of war with Israel, because neither Hezbollah or Iran want that.
Iran has confirmed the commander's death, stating he was involved in shipping weapons to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Upon Congress's return from Easter recess next week, lawmakers may consider voting on further aid for Ukraine. House Speaker Mike Johnson mentioned during an interview on Fox News that he proposed supplemental aid that includes funding not only for Ukraine, but also for Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. Crews are initiating a crucial phase in the process of reopening the Port of Baltimore. The Coast Guard has declared the establishment of a temporary channel for commercially essential vessels close to the area affected by the collapse of the Key Bridge. President Biden set to visit Baltimore Friday to meet with state and local officials involved in efforts after the bridge collapse. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
President Biden and his team are working with Governor Moore, the congressional delegation, Mayor Scott, and numerous state and local officials to reopen the port.
The time and location of the president's visit have not been announced. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Israeli government was temporarily out of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hands over the weekend as he underwent a hernia operation.
The hernia reportedly uncovered Saturday during a routine checkup. Netanyahu's office saying Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Justice Yariv Levin temporarily took over Netanyahu's duties during the procedure.
That's USA's Ryan Daniels reporting. The Israeli Prime Minister has had hernia surgery at least once before, back in 2013. Benjamin Netanyahu is aiming to shut down Al Jazeera in Israel, vowing immediate action after a new law against the Qatar-based news outlet was passed. He accused Al Jazeera of supporting Hamas's October attack and alleged some of its journalists collaborated with the militant group. The Biden administration is expressing concern, citing freedom of the press. In February, more than a third of home purchases were made with cash, as indicated by a recent report by the real estate firm Redfin. These figures emerge amidst persistently high mortgage rates. The proportion of all cash purchases nearly matches the peak of 38% from back in 2013. Redfin also notes a substantial increase in the median down payment for homes, rising by over 24% compared to last year. Filing tax returns has become a source of stress for Gen Z. A survey conducted by Cash App Taxes reveals that 1 out of every 4 individuals in that age bracket feels the need to seek therapy to cope with the anxiety of tax filing. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that, get our final hour underway. Here on a Tuesday morning, second day of April coming on, our latest tornado-warned zone is north central Arkansas. Several counties. Searcy County, Newton County, Marion County, Boone County. This cell moving east 50 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation, as we've seen through much of the night. So, heads up there. Back to the Watch Our Animals next Monday. Next Monday, when the moon passes between the sun and the earth. Some animals may get confused, they say. Some of them will go into their nighttime behaviors, like they're getting ready for bed. You don't have to worry much about any indoor pets, he says. Cats and dogs have got so accustomed to artificial light that living in homes, they're not affected like some of the actual outdoor wildlife. The lack of light may wake up some animals that are nocturnal, that are awake during the night. You may see a little more of those nocturnal animals in your neighborhood. So I just say be extra vigilant. Keep those animals in a safe area. If they're cats or dogs, try to keep them in the house. If you have any animals that live outside, definitely keep an eye on them. If you have horses or cattle, maybe, make sure they're not rampaging or running through the fences. Just kind of keep everything safe and contained. Scientists are still studying and observing solar eclipses and how these things affect animals. By the way, the animals don't need any special eclipse glasses because they don't usually look right at the sun. Okay. Good information. Hey, I've got to get Rover some solar eclipse glasses, right? Welcome back, Brain Dead. Yes, sir.
Where's PETA at in all this? I mean, I figured they would be protesting the eclipse, and, you know, I give up with those idiots. But, no, thanks for taking me back, Steve. I forgot a point because I had my brain plugged in. You had that commercial break earlier. You know, I said that Yellow forgot about the customer and customer service. If I was to ship something to, say, California, it would take 5 to 6 days. There are other LTL companies that could turn the same freight in 2 days from Memphis to California. I can kind of sort of get where the union was ticked off because of purchase transportation. But in the real world, nobody at Yellow wanted a team together. That's why they got rid of a lot of the team trucks. But the team trucks they did have, like Heatwave there, were constricted on a certain zone. And me and him have talked about this ad nauseum, that they should take off the restrictions and run wild. The freight should be the most thing that they should have worried about, because had they had done this, they would have been actually profitable, and we would have actually got a decent profit sharing bonus. Mm-hmm. Because we at Yellow always used ABF as a measuring stick. Well, okay, well, ABF got this in their contract. We need to do this, or we need to do that, or we need to copy them. Well, yeah, because you can't copy UPS, because UPS has, I don't know how many billions in the bank, and they can pay that kind of money. But Yellow just quite couldn't come up with the money. They couldn't even turn a profit. A little research, you might be able to see the last time when Yellow turned a profit. But I don't understand for the life of me why did Yellow and Roadway first merge together. Because from what I was told was that Yellow wasn't profitable. They were about to fold, and they bought up Roadway, and they bought up Holland. They bought up New Penn and all the other companies out there. But like I said, it's a crap show. They're clogging up the courts with paperwork instead of taking care of responsibility, just like what any other mega corporation would do today. They don't want to pay out money. They don't want to lose money out of their pocket, too. But, by the way, Blind Man, I just got a phone with Blind Man, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
You'll never guess what has happened to him, why he hadn't talked to you in a while. He went out and bought him a self-driving truck and got his CDL. Would you believe that?
Okay, that'll work.
And see, he asked me, how in the world could his CNI dog get a CDL too so they can go team drive? And I said, well, you might want to ask Grump or Monty or, one of those guys, because I have no clue, Steve. I mean, I don't know, but you know what? I think he'd do really good driving over there with GMAB Enterprises with Gilligan. What do you think?
That's about it. Yeah, 1995. They'll get him a CDL there. 1995. It is 844-844-3388. The COVID pandemic, as we recall, decimated the supply chain, right? People needed goods, perhaps more than they ever had. But, of course, the factories, the warehouses struggling to keep up because so many workers being sick and the distancing rules. Truck drivers still did their jobs, but in many cases, the support systems they relied on were not operational. Rest stops and restaurants were closed. Even finding an operating bathroom was a challenge at the time. That was a period that created some opportunity as the demands of the entire nation had kind of shifted, but it also increased costs. Trucks were waiting to be loaded. The drivers weren't unable to hit the road because they or someone close to them got sick. The entire industry was under stress. A number of regional carriers have since been driven into bankruptcy, and now a major carrier has filed for Chapter 11, with parts of its filing falling under Chapter 15 of the Bankruptcy Code. That's a lesser-used type of bankruptcy designed to protect foreign companies operating in the United States. This chapter allows for the recognition in the U.S. of foreign bankruptcy proceedings and access to domestic judicial proceedings by foreign representatives. According to the IRS website, Pride Group, a family-owned trucking company, has their headquarters in Mississauga, Ontario, but operates in the United States as well. We are a privately held, diversified group whose subsidiaries and affiliates operate in a variety of industries: transportation, logistics, heavy-duty equipment, dealerships, real estate holdings. PGE operates and manages businesses in both Canada and the United States, employing over 500 people. According to their website, they have struggled in recent months. They've taken steps to restructure their business. This has included a bankruptcy filing, which the company explained on their website. Certain companies in the Pride Group will file cases under Chapter 15 of Title 11 of the U.S. Code in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court of the District of Delaware. The Chapter 15 cases seeking recognition of the CCAA proceedings. They've a complicated array of holdings that include 16 transport companies, 45 real estate holding companies, and 10 other holding companies founded and controlled by Sam Johal, according to Truck News. The company has roughly $2 billion in debt. The company blames the current freight market for its troubles. Spot freight prices, diesel prices, interest rate trends. All initially favorable for the trucking industry following the onset of the COVID pandemic, They have all deteriorated significantly since that time. Bottom line result is made significantly worse by virtue of the increased trucking and logistics supply that was brought to the market during that upturn, which is currently sitting as unused excess capacity in the market. Now, the company, which controls 20,000 trucks, was profitable until the pandemic, according to Joe Hall. So lots have changed since then, 16 past the hour. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
A Canada rat or all that, and then some. A farm show winner was once again in command at the truck show. And a classy performance ended an evening of game-changing power and life-changing philanthropy. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 41 of the nation's most prolific competitors pointed their haulers toward the Kentucky Expo Center for the one-night Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals in Louisville to provide the denouement to the 2024 Mid-American Trucking Show.
I'm gonna stand up for what I believe.
Craig Morgan performed the national anthem and his hit single, That Ain't Gonna Be Me, live at the event opening. Just beforehand, $50,000 in proceeds from the event were matched by combined donations from Morgan and Mack Trailer to a total of $100,000 contribution to Operation Finally Home, the charity of whom the award-winning country artist has long been a benefactor. In Grand National Modified Mini, Bobcat Jr. clawed to a class-concluding 259.3 to knock off defending event champion Jeff Hurt's B-Bear. The American representative of the Intercontinental Pulling Team, Abby Leichner of Weldon, Illinois, won a $10,000 prize for the second time in 2.5 years as she steered the bucketless Bobcat into the track-ending sandpile.
They don't give me any advice anymore. They just tell me to go by the seat of my pants, so I guess that's what I did.
Louisville rookie Brian Guzza and Grandpa's Disaster were third. In Yoder Popcorn Grand Invitational Pro Stock, it was once again the Rats' race to win in Louisville, but this time it required a second lap. Grandview, Indiana's Kevin Masterson captured his second consecutive Winter Nationals crown with a victory aboard his River Rat moments after his first pass of the evening ended with the John Deere 6030's front wheels buried in the beach.
Come on, River Rat fans! Kevin Masterson, you doubled up here tonight. Boy, you like that Freedom Hall dirt and that $10,000. Congratulations, bud. I'd like to thank Rob Russell for sponsoring this event for me. He did a fantastic job, told me what to do, and he said I even listened to him.
Fellow pull-off qualifiers Rhett Parrish and El Nino were second, and R.J. Simon's Loud and Heavy X were third. In Grand Invitational Multi-Engine Modified, R.J.'s brother Brandon pulled the 5-point belts tight for his own third ride of the evening. The defending NTPA champion then delivered with a 234-foot pass that recalled his two victorious drives of a month prior in the same arena at the National Farm Machinery Show.
Like I told you at the farm show, I think I'll just put on a clinic and I'll just keep on trucking, and that's what I did here tonight.
Simon's result was 2 feet past that of Dylan Owens' Thorn in a class dominated by 4-engine configurations. And in Dr. Preload Grand Invitational Super Semi, Chris Wood of Shreve, Ohio, was the first in 3 years of Mack Trailer Winter National semi-action to park his Class Act Peterbilt on the runoff ramp. Wood dominated with his second Louisville victory in those 3 tries.
We didn't know quite what to expect, but she did a good job for us.
Round 4 of the Winter Nationals is tentatively set for Saturday, March 29th of 2025. We hope to see you there. Check NTPAPULL.com for additional details between now and then, and for all the schedules, scores, and standings throughout the upcoming NTPA regular season. And Steve, thanks for the hat. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration,
emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Yeah, all the weather geeks and gurus kind of going crazy about the potential for the day ahead here. Yeah, Ryan Hall posting, it was earlier this past year, he said tomorrow, which would be today, is shaping up to be one of the most concerning forecasts we've had in over a year. Please take this seriously if you are in the risk area and start preparing now. From the Storm Prediction Center, the outlook for today is that moderate risk across a large portion of Ohio and including adjacent parts, southeast Indiana, northern Kentucky, and western portions of West Virginia. It's kind of like the bullseye zone for later on today. I haven't seen, I think, again, our local forecast was saying kind of like beginning at the noon hour, things could begin to get very interesting, right? Some folks asking the questions would recall during the pandemic, all the cars and trucks parked in various lots around the country. That was primarily the couldn't get the chips, the electronic chips to put in those vehicles. Something similar appears to be going on. People are noticing lots of brand new Ford trucks all parked in rows at a local speedway. This is out of the Detroit area. Folks are guessing what's going on. Some think Ford's having trouble selling them. Other thinks it's still COVID related. Of course, part of the national slowdown in sales for one of America's oldest automakers, many gas-powered and EV Ford F-150 pickup trucks are parked in rows in the back lots of the Michigan International Speedway. One visitor through town was kind of stunned when he saw how many trucks are parked out there. I said, my guess is Ford has too much inventory. Personally, I'd like to inquire how many of them are the electric vehicles. Ford said that they can't give the damn things away. Dealerships that have them on their lots can't move them. They don't want any more on the lot because they're just sitting there. We thought maybe it had something to do with the chips, not being able to get the chips, but we really don't know. Of course, during the pandemic, many operators or automakers, including Ford, were struggling to get those computer chips for their vehicles. So a drastic slowdown in the production and delivery of new vehicles. Another visitor said, well, the problem is they're overpriced. That's what I think. I think people can't afford them. They're sitting them over there. I think I heard they're waiting for parts, but I don't know if that's true or not. According to a statement from Ford, the back lots at the Detroit Metro Airport, as well as the Kentucky Speedway and the Michigan International Speedway have held new cars awaiting to hit the sales lots.
We started shipping the first newly designed F-150 pickups to dealers in February, and 2024 F-150 Lightning trucks started shipping in January. Thousands of those trucks are in transit. We expect to ramp up shipments in the coming weeks as we complete a thorough launch quality checks to ensure these F-150 trucks meet our high standard. Now, the Speedway schedule indicates there's going to be some events beginning here not too long this summer. Got some events to be held there June and July. Got the Faster Horses, a NASCAR race coming up. Some folks concerned for complications by the parking lots being full of the new vehicles. They're going to need the room. This place is going to be a zoo come July, just a few months away. Now, Ford promised the vehicles will be gone before the Speedway season kicks off. That's not the first time their storage message made headlines. Last year in Fort Wayne, General Motors drew crowds when they appeared to be thousands of new pickup trucks setting in vacant lots there. Now, that was indeed due to the chip shortage, as many products arrived in the area via train, and with the delay of delivery chips, they had to park the new cars and wait for the parts. All right, we'll get to the Sundance Kid. We'll be checking in here. Knucklebuster is on board. No doubt he's got some baloney. And, of course, let me do a quick checks. Latest on the weather updates. As the tornado warnings continue to come in this morning, the latest is out of south central Illinois. This is Jefferson County, south central Illinois. Storm showing radar-indicated rotation moving east at 50 miles per hour. Now, this is mainly over rural areas of Jefferson County, but Interstate 57 in Illinois, between the 99 and 105 mile marker. For those rolling along Interstate 64, between the 69 and 70 mile marker. That's where this particular cell is going to be crossing. So heads up there. If you live in Oakland, California, be prepared to be watched, followed, tracked, big time. Governor Newsom announced last Friday he's sending hundreds of high-tech surveillance cameras to be installed across the city and surrounding freeways to battle the rising crime. News release, the California Highway Patrol is contracted with Flock Safety to install 480 cameras that can identify and track vehicles by your license plate, your type, the color, or even decals and bumper stickers on your vehicle. These cameras will provide authorities with real-time alerts of suspect vehicles, they say. More on that. Big Brother going to be watching you.
USA News Update. President Biden is set to visit Baltimore on Friday to meet with state and local officials involved in recovery efforts after the bridge collapse. President has pledged full federal support following last week's disaster when a cargo ship hit the Key Bridge, causing it to collapse. Upon Congress's return from Easter recess next week, lawmakers may consider voting on further aid for Ukraine. House Speaker Mike Johnson mentioned during an interview on Fox News Sunday Night in America that the proposed supplemental aid includes funding not only for Ukraine, but also for Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. The White House is investigating reports of an Israeli airstrike targeting a senior Iranian military commander in Syria Monday. The strike occurred near the Iranian embassy in Damascus, and several sources indicate that the commander from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was killed in that attack. The incident coincides with an ongoing conflict between Hamas and Israel. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, some Hot Shot Secret news to share with you. Yesterday was April 1, April Fool's. But it's underway officially now through April the 12th. Do you operate a fleet is the question. If you do, call Hot Shot Secret and find out how to decrease maintenance and operating costs to become a fleet customer. To get special pricing on all your Hot Shot Secret products, including oil. That's going on right now at Hot Shot Secret, so dial them up. Of course, for the others out there, if you're not a fleet owner, if you're just a regular automobile driver or drive a pickup on the weekends, or you own your own big truck, you can always get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Now, that's in addition
to the 10% discount that you always have available for active duty or veteran military, first responders, and CDL holders. So do the math. That's 20% off your entire order. You can find a local Hot Shot Secret dealer near you by using the Where to Buy button at hotshotsecret.com. Dealers stock many of our products and have access to the full product catalog, including some larger sizes as well as oils. Now, recently added at AutoZone locations around the country. For those that don't need the big 64-ounce bottles, the Everyday Diesel treatment, they'd like you to try that. You can now get the 4-ounce bottle. That's enough to treat 100 gallons of fuel of Everyday Diesel treatment. On the shelves at AutoZone, the Diesel Extreme is now available in a 16-ounce bottle. The Everyday Diesel treatment with Winter Defense, now available in the 16-ounce squeeze bottle. That's very convenient for dosing. And the Hot Shot Secret, the original Stiction Eliminator, 16-ounce bottles, now on the shelves at AutoZone locations all around the country. What's going on, Sundance?
Oh, not much, Mr. Summers. How you doing?
Hey, did you have a good Easter?
Yeah. Well, I don't celebrate Easter. I don't believe in a pagan holiday.
Okay.
I mean, I don't pay homage to the fertility god Ishtar. And that's where Easter comes from.
I'm sorry.
But,
I'm sorry. Well, yeah, let's move on from that. Go ahead. Yeah. Don't get me pissed off so early.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to piss you off. I'm just saying that's where it came from. But, I mean, that's why they use the bunny, because it's a fertility animal. You know how they say they like to have a lot of sex? That's why the bunny shows up.
Okay, well, never mind. What'd you actually call for? How can you help us this morning?
Okay. Okay, all right. I just amazed at my life, all the things I've encountered. All right, so with Monkey Gouger, his grandson, I had a similar situation with my 26-year-old daughter. Actually, 27. She had a birthday. So he needs to make sure his son or daughter gets all of her medical records for the baby. And what happened was, when mine was born preemie, she didn't breathe a lot the first hour.
Mm-hmm.
They I don't know what they did, but I didn't find out about it until she was like 11. She took a breath like once every 4 minutes.
Wow.
For the first hour. Yeah. So there's a little bit of.
Did that do like some brain damage or something, or?
Little bit. I mean, she's like a 13-year-old, 14-year-old.
Okay.
So, but like I said, we didn't find out about that. So tell him, make sure he gets all his medical records, make sure there was nothing withheld, because, I didn't proceed to, try to sue nobody, but it just, I didn't even, I was just glad she's still going. But anyway, she's still fine. But she'll always be at the house.
Mm-hmm.
So then the quartermaster out there in Arizona, on the Arizona in Pearl Harbor, talking about he was on the bridge because he just observed colors. Well, I guess he'd been up there for about an hour, because sunrise was like 6:51 that morning. So I'm not trying to. The whole base was on holiday because it was a Sunday, but we fired the first shots on that day in Pearl Harbor. And why that base was not on lockdown after the first shots were fired when we sank the Japanese sub in the mouth of the harbor is beyond me. But I mean, I guess the Jews, I guess they really think the hell out of the Japanese for bombing them. But they would have been probably wiped out by then if the Japanese hadn't done what they did. but all the aircraft carriers got moved out the day before on the backside of the island, so that, you know, hey, and 134,000 people enlisted in the military within the next 30 days. Woo, there you go, another 9/11. It's just amazing the world we live in, and we ain't figuring it out, and we're fighting about stuff that we don't need to be fighting about because your government don't like it. And guess what I found out, Steve? You ever wonder where you got your money to get paid when you got a job?
Where did I get my money?
You know where the money comes from?
Where'd it come from?
Yeah, well, I mean, when people get a job at a company, yours is probably a little different, but you sign a contract with that W-4 form, you get $1 million, right? And this is why the Social Security problem is the problem. When you sign that contract, that W-4 form, your company gets to borrow out of your $1 million that you're given when you're born. On your birth certificate, you're registered on the New York Stock Exchange. So you're given $1 million in your name. That's your money. So that way they get, but it's your Social Security money. So when you get a job, they borrow the money out of your Social Security fund to pay you with. That's why you don't get no money. But you're supposed to pay it back with the interest and everything at the 15% over your lifetime. You will make enough money to pay it back to where that money is back to $1 million when you go to retire, and you should be able to retire.
Yeah.
But they're not doing it the right way. So, but it's amazing.
What
the world we live in.
What in the hell are your sources of information, Sundance?
It's everywhere. You just got to look.
You got to look. Okay. Well, that's amazing. Well, happy Truck and Taco Tuesday, because I'm confused. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 100% chance of rain. 63 in Fort Wayne, 48 for Sterling Heights today. And you see the big temperature differentials there. That's you got the cold air swinging in out of the Great Lakes on the northern side, the jet stream kind of cut in between, the warm air coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico. That's why the twisting in the atmosphere. That's why the big concern, the bullseye on the state of Ohio, but a much broader area that could see tornadic activity today. Hey, Truck and Phil ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back again. Everybody keep safe out there. Before I get to Knucklebuster, I was talking about the cameras coming to California, 480 cameras, and these obviously are the latest, greatest, high resolution. I mean, they can identify your vehicle from your damn bumper stickers. Governor Newsom dismissing any criticism of the move and its infringement on privacy, saying the surveillance network will give law enforcement tools to effectively combat criminal activity and hold perpetrators accountable, building safer, stronger communities for all Californians. Well, hey, Governor Newsom, here's a brilliant idea for you. You came up with the idea of decriminalizing stealing up to $900 worth of merchandise in your state, making it a misdemeanor, slap on the wrist. How about you rescind that? That would be a good step forward. How about when an individual does end up being arrested in your state, how about you'll hold them accountable and keep the hard criminals behind bars and stop putting them back on them, because they're the ones going out over and over doing the same damn thing. Essentially what he's doing is taking the good law-abiding citizens and putting them all under constant surveillance like the Communist Chinese Party. Now, indeed, they have seen crime increase and continue to rise over the past year with no signs of that changing anytime soon. Per the August 23 report, murders are up 37% compared to 4 years earlier. Car break-ins exploded by 40%. Car thefts have more than doubled. In-N-Out Burger closed their only restaurant in Oakland, the first closure in their 75-year history due to car break-ins, property damage, theft, and robberies. Elsewhere, the CEOs of 4 major employers in downtown Oakland have announced plans for a joint $10 million security program to improve public safety and protect their employees. Those companies are the likes of Blue Shield of California, Clorox, Kaiser Permanente, and Pacific Gas and Electric. 844-844-3388. Well, what do you say, Knucklebuster? How was your Easter, first of all? Or do you not?
Oh, it was a great day, Steve. We celebrate Resurrection Day.
Correct.
The kids do the Easter egg. Yeah. So, a happy Resurrection Day to you, belated one anyway, and happy April Fool's Day there. I'm glad I don't run California because that's just communist America out there. And what's that dude that was on right before me?
Sundance Kid.
Well, he needs to be listening to Riding the Wave with Dave because he's a conspiracy theorist. He's bigger than we'll ever be anyway there. So Social Security is nothing more than just the world's largest Ponzi scheme there, right? I guess I pronounced that right there. Well, them old Ford trucks there, driver returned on foot. I ain't buying no truck with an extension cord on it there. So, matter of fact, on Sunday, we done some car swapping around there. I got Tennessee 2015 Ford pickup. Give $20,000 for it. My daughter, she went and bought a brand new car, and she gave her old car, a Buick Enclave, to my 16-year-old granddaughter. So, at 16, they're going to have a wreck, so you might as well wreck something that's old anyway there, right?
Right.
Well, I read that Trump made Mar-a-Lago worth $500 million, Steve, by hanging up 300 banner paintings there. So, that was a bunch of baloney there right up on the Babylon Bee there. Y'all still going on that cruise?
Yes, sir, we are.
All right. Well, I read an article on Fox News. These Americans were stranded by Norwegian cruise lines there because the boat sailed without them, Steve. They give them the time to be back on that boat, and I'll recommend that to anybody that's going with you. When they tell you sail time, you better be back on that boat. Because if not, and here's the statement they released, that they were not back on board on time, and that's why they missed the call, Steve. So if you're gonna miss it, you better get ready to find a different way to get home there.
All right.
Well, Biden said he didn't do that when asked about Easter being Trans Visibility Day.
I heard that. Yeah, I mean, the words came out of his mouth, didn't they? But he didn't do that.
Oh yeah, right. Well, shouldn't somebody be going to jail if they was imitating President Biden, signing executive orders and all that stuff? Yeah. I don't have no problem with Trans Visibility Day. I can spot one of them a mile off there, and I know to go the other direction there. Right? Well, I was putting flyers on.
And whatever it was, he lost his signal. Boink, just like that. Yeah, you don't miss the boat. When they tell you ship sails at 5 o'clock Eastern time, whatever it's going to be, ship sails. You're going to hear that horn sound 5 or 10 minutes. They're going to give you a blast, letting you know we're about to sail. And 5 o'clock, they're going to sail. And they're going to sail with or without you, as they say. There's actually 8 cruise passengers, including a pregnant woman and an elderly man, stranded on an African island, with supposedly without money and medications after the ship left them. South Carolina resident Jill and Jay Campbell said they're stuck on the Central African island of Sao Tome with 4 other Americans and 2 Australian passengers after the captain of the ship refused to let them on board. Now, the spokesperson for the Cruise Line says no, they were left on the island on their own or with a private tour. They missed the all-aboard time. If you are a guest, you are responsible for ensuring you're back on the ship at the published time, which is communicated broadly over the intercom in the daily communication and posted just before exiting the vessel. If you happen to miss the boat, you're SOL. I can't tell you the number of times where you can be standing on your balcony kind of looking down and you'll see people running, trying to get back to the ship because they're about to sail. And on more than one occasion, those ships have sailed with passengers not aboard. Now, if it's like, say, the first stop on your cruise, the only thing you can really do is try to get maybe a flight to the next port of call, the next destination, so you can reboard the ship. If it's, say, toward the end of the cruise, it's your final stop, and you've got like a couple days left at sea, you're pretty much flying back home you're on your own. Don't miss the boat, as they say.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, real quick look. For those in much of Ohio, this is from one of our local forecasters who kind of highlights the Storm Prediction Center has kind of increased the scope, the zone of the moderate risk, level 4 out of 5, to include all the way down to the Lexington, to Frankfort, to Louisville, Kentucky areas, and then continuing up, as we've mentioned, to Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, up toward Cleveland today. Now, what that means, he says, anyone in that red area, there's a 15% chance of a tornado developing within 25 miles of any spot on the map. That means your house, your friend's house, your family's house. The Storm Prediction Center notes this strong possibility of EF2 or greater tornadoes. All that said, there's still a lot of uncertainty of how the morning storms evolve and how that may or may not impact things later in the day. Often there's a really fine line with thousands of small-scale variables we can't measure that makes a huge difference on the outcome. We're hoping for the best, but we cannot count on the best, so have a plan. Should severe weather impact your area, make sure you have multiple ways of getting your warnings. As we've said earlier, we're looking at 3 distinct threats. One between now and 10 a.m., 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., then 6 to 9 p.m. with the cold front. Out of those 3 time zones, the afternoon threat may bring the highest tornado chance. So kind of crazy. I mean, yeah. And oftentimes when weather is very finicky, if you have storms early in the day, that kind of stabilizes the atmosphere. So the next round may not be as intense. But for whatever reason, all the things they're looking at, it'll be an interesting day. Hey, Mike, what you got?
No, you lost everybody. Cut Knuckle Buster off, lost everybody. But, hey, as far as that goes for those excursions and that, those people must not have been on a Norwegian excursion. They must have done something on their own.
A private excursion, yep.
Yeah, because from what I understand, when we did that other cruise back in 19, if you book your cruise through the cruise line's booking deal there, if that excursion gets back late, the boat has to wait. The boat has to wait for that excursion to come back because they're responsible for you to get back to your boat.
Yep.
But if you do something all on your own, make sure you take your passport, make sure you take some money, because you just never know if you'll get back. And from what I understand, those people didn't have their passports with them. So not only were they stranded, on the island, they couldn't go anywhere because they didn't have any way to get their book stamped. They couldn't prove who they were. So it was a doubly deal there. So
not the predicament you want to find yourself in, no doubt.
Absolutely not. And I'm surprised I could make 3 coherent sentences here because after listening to Sundance, I don't even know where to go with that.
Did your employer? When did your employer get your $1 million? Right. That's all right. Hey, we're out of time. Thanks for being with us. Come back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll have all the very latest for you. Keep you up to date. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't 'cause I